everyone. A warm welcome to all. I am Dipali. The wait is over, and finally, we are here for the most awaited event, Builder to Association Handover Seminar. Hope all of you will have a good takeaway points from this event. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. A N Prakash. A N Prakash did his MTech Structures from Regional Engineering College, NITK Surathkal, and has over 45 years of experience in construction projects in India and abroad across a wide spectrum of projects ranging from industrial structures, IT buildings, multi-storied residential and commercial buildings, multi-speciality hospitals, and luxury hotels. Prakash pioneered the concept of construction project management consultancy firms in India, and the company he founded is A N Prakash Construction Project Management Consultants Private Limited, is now a well-known firm. His passion to share knowledge led him to found the School of Construction Management Excellence. A N Prakash is a fellow Association of Civil Engineering Engineers, ACCE India, Indian Plumbing Association, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, RICS UK, then Indian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, IIQS, life member of Indian Concrete Institute, India. I welcome Mr. Prakash, sir, to do an introductory talk. Welcome, sir.
Okay, now, as she said, good morning and hearty welcome to all of you. First of all, in my opinion, this is the first gathering where we have the apartment owners and the technical people meeting, particularly luminaries from the legal side and people who really put up the plant and machinery, etc. So you can interact with them. So one of the best things about this, we have never done this earlier as far as I know, where you have the consumer meeting and then discussing it what they expect out of that. One of the things that purpose of this seminar was to throw light on the importance of handing over and taking over. See, I've been, as Dipali just mentioned, I've been on the other side where we have been rendering construction project management services to almost all industries, spectrum of industries, lines of business, other than, of course, the infrastructure. So we realized that there is a requirement where the consumer also has to be made aware of what is required. What used to happen is you just come and occupy an apartment. You don't know exactly what is you are taking over or what is you are in for unless you really get into your trouble. So I'd really appreciate, first I would start with congratulating BAF, Bangalore Apartments Federation, which is, in my opinion, is a federation of apartment association and then resident welfare association in Bangalore, to represent the interest of the project interest of the apartment owners and the RWS. These are very important things that never happen, and I'm glad that such an association is there, where we're really taking interest to the resident welfare and then the associations. So what we thought about is that we should, all these members should be aware of what is their, they should really know what is they are in for, because we have found out that whenever we are done, we started this 𝗻𝗵𝗍 as just as a small organization where we were rendering B2B, where we were just telling the apartment owners as to what they are in for, because what is promised, do they get what they are promised? Then we realized that there is a lot of demand for the resident welfare association also, because we found that whenever it is handed over to them, do they actually know what they should be taking over? Do they really have a list of things that they should be taking over? Apart from legal, most of them are concerned about what the legal concerns are, how the paper is, how the documents are, etc., which is absolutely very important. People are going to talk about that too. But there are also technical things that needs to be done. Is your water treatment plan working? Is it as promised to you? Does it have the required capacity? Is your sewage treatment plant working properly? It is also necessary to make sure that it's, once it is handed over, you need to maintain it too. We were just talking just a few minutes back, but people who own cars maintain them regularly. You do have, send it for servicing, you have an annual maintenance, but is anybody taking care of the water treatment plants? sewage treatment plants, etc. So you should have an audit of that also done. So the Nehmadi's technical aspects of help resident welfare association in handing over and taking over is one of the main things that we want stressing upon, that this would certainly help all those resident welfare associations. So you will have people who will talk to you about the legal aspects and the commercial and the other things like water treatment plant, sewage treatment plant, and of course Adda is also there. Then finally you will have an interaction session at the end of the day. I think that will be very useful, where you can ask for all the questions that you want and interact with the people. And I'm sure this will be a very helpful session. Thank you for coming over and taking interest in this. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, it's time now to introduce our first speaker of the event, Sneha Nagaraj. Sneha Nagaraj is the founder partner of Frontier Legal and heads dispute resolution and arbitration practice at Frontier Legal. Having graduated from a BA LLB degree from School of Law, Christ University, she obtained her bar license from Bar Council of India in the year 2011. She is also a member of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK. She has been practicing before the Honorable High Court of Karnataka, trial courts, National Company Law Tribunal, as well as before various courts and tribunals in Karnataka. Areas of practice include civil and commercial matters such as contractual disputes, insolvency and bankruptcy, shareholders disputes, recovery, writ matters, employment disputes, intellectual property disputes, real estate and property-related disputes. She advises and represents a handful of apartment associations across various parts of Bangalore. She also represents clients in both domestic as well as international commercial arbitration matters as a counsel. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it here. Looks like legal today in the sector of apartment association is really the hot topic, because I know many of you all are aware of your associations, whether they're even going to exist under certain acts. That's really the burning question today. So, of course, my presentation is going to be crisp in terms of what I'm going to say regarding the legal problems. I'm only going to cover certain important aspects as of today, but I'm open to answering other questions that you may have with respect to your associations during the day. Thank you. So let me start off with registration of apartment associations. The first question is, what are the acts under which you can register an apartment association? So the 4 acts that are currently being used, one is the Karnataka Society Registration Act 1960, which many of you call it as KSR. The next one is the Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act 1972, which is your KAOA. Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act 1959, KCSA. And the Companies Act. Of course, I don't think there are many associations that form under the Companies Act, because there are many challenges in terms of functionality, transfer of shares and all of that. So that's really not the most advised structure, but law still provides you to register as a Section 8 company under the Companies Act. So I'm going to discuss each of these acts in brief. Sorry. The first one being the Karnataka Society Registration Act 1960. Now, there probably could be some people here seated today whose associations are registered under Karnataka Society Registration Act. So builders in the past, apartment which existed maybe 10 years, 20 years ago, most of these associations started getting registered under KSR. Now, I'm assuming the reason it got registered under KSR is because it was very easy to register. And when it came to compliance, when it came to going to the registrar of society to register, the entire procedure was very easy for the developer to register. So mechanically it started getting registered, and once a couple of associations got registered, then the word spread and everybody said, okay, let me follow this now. So, but in fact, if you look at the objectives of the act itself, the act very clearly says it is for the purpose of, a charity, some kind of educational purpose, some scientific, some sports purpose. And of course, the profits that are derived out of this kind of society can also be used to, build or, make the society much better for, the usage. But it doesn't permit collection of maintenance. In fact, the very structure of the act, if you read the entire act, there is no reference to an apartment. There is no reference to any kind of association for residents as such. So the act is actually not meant for apartment associations at all, fundamentally from 1960. But mechanically, builders started going about registering, so everybody started registering, everybody started functioning. And then there came a point in 2019 when the Karnataka High Court strongly came down against registering association under Karnataka Society Registration Act by saying that this act is not at all applicable to residents, flat owners, or associations of flat owners. So this is not the right act, and you cannot register associations under this act, was the judgment that came about in 2019. Now immediately thereafter, the registrar of society issued a notification saying that we will not be registering apartment associations anymore under this act, and registering apartment associations under this act is prohibited. So that notification came about, but it's really unfortunate. Today you will still find some touts who are encouraging people to register associations under Karnataka Society Registration Act, though it is illegal. I think from day one at least, we've been advising our clients saying, do not register under this act. It may be easy for you, it is just about a 1-hour process before the registrar, but that is really not the way to go forward. And also, you may ask, that there have been societies that are working under KSR for such a long time. How were they allowed? It's not about that. You see, a lot of such associations that have been registered under KSR have also litigated before courts for various other aspects. So when you go before court for a different reason, the court is not going to say, who are you? Now let me decide who you are first. That is not the question that is put before court. So that aspect never came to be discussed. Unless one fine day somebody said, okay, let me challenge this. And when that happened, that's when court gave an observation of what KSR is and said this is not an act under which an apartment association can be registered. So, of course, we also conclude the same, that you cannot register. And those who have registered, you may say, what is my stand today? Unfortunately, you will have to move out. You have to figure out a mechanism to register under the other provisions of law that is available, or other enactments that are available, but KSR is really not the right way to go. And it only requires one person who can run to court to challenge the existence of the association. And if that happens, entire structure collapses. So before you find that one person in your apartment who could do this, we advise you to go and get yourself registered under different other enactments, which we will discuss today, rather than sticking with your registration under the KSR. So the next topic is Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act. This came about in 1972. Now this act came about for various different purposes, in fact. Now, just before I start discussing on KOA, I'm sure some of you here may be aware that there are PILs filed before the Karnataka High Court, again challenging associations or seeking cancellation of those deed of declarations of all the associations so far registered in Karnataka as null and void. That is the petition that is pending before the Karnataka High Court, but there is no need to panic, because right now there are no interim orders, there are no observations made by court. It's just that the parties to this dispute are filing their observations, their defenses, their objections, all of that is happening. But as of today, the Karnataka High Court as such has not made any strong observation or given any kind of interim orders preventing anybody from acting under KOA. So as of today, you are all safe. Whoever is under KOA, there is no problem. So whatever I'm going to share here, of course, is my interpretation of the act. I mean, I'll have to say this today because this subject is open in court and it's sub judice. So, of course, whatever the court decides is, what we are bound by and what we are going to follow. So what I say here is truly my, sort of opinion on the KOA. See, KOA primarily says it's an act that provides for individual apartments to be heritable and transferable. Now, what does heritable and transferable mean? Very simply, heritable is, suppose I die today, my children can inherit my apartment which is heritable, and if I want to, I can always dispose this off to any third party, which makes it transferable. So this act came about because when the culture of apartments started, it said that, look, people who have bought flats don't know how the entire system works. It's not like owning sites and residential houses. It's a different concept. So you don't have to be scared if you invest to buy an apartment. You have a right under law to make this heritable and transferable. So that became one of the objectives of this act. Now this act, of course, talks about heritable and transferable, but also discusses about several other aspects. Now another being, it says this act applies to all owners if they execute and register the deed of declaration. Now deed of declaration is nothing but a simple document. It is in fact given as one of Form A, under the rules, under the Karnataka apartment ownership rules, there is a Form A that is given which tells you what that deed of declaration is. It basically simply says that the land on which all these apartments are built, all the owners are coming together to submit this land on which the apartments are built to this act. So it's not an act that generally applies like RERA. RERA, for example, applies to every flat owner, irrespective. But this act specifically only applies to those apartments where you have gone, filed a deed of declaration, registered it, stating, I submit this entire land to this act. And only those people who submit can be governed under this act. Otherwise, you have no legal recourse under this act. The next thing is there's a definition clause of who association of apartment owners are. Now it says association of apartment owners is all apartment owners acting as a group in accordance with bylaws and declaration, which means this act somewhere recognizes association of apartment owners. So one lacuna in this act is that there is no terminology which is formation of an association. You will not see a word called formation of an association. But if you look at the act holistically, there is a definition clause, which means the act did intend to somewhere make an association under this act. That is the definition. So, it's okay, that's fine. So one thing is, that means you need to execute and register a DOD to be able to get any kind of remedy under this law. Now the next thing, of course, I discuss about the association. Now this association of apartment owners also can share common expenses by each apartment owner. For 16.2 reads, the association of owners is permitted to administer common areas and facilities using common funds. Which means this association that is formed, the association of apartment owners under this act, also has a right to administer common areas, which means they can maintain common areas and amenities, and they can also collect common expenses from individual apartment owners. Now these are provisions that are in the act. Now Section 6 also says, so this is very important. This is actually one of the main reasons why KOA became very important or came about to protect the interests of apartment owners. See, each apartment owner is entitled to an undivided interest in the common areas and facilities. See, what used to happen at one point is the builder would sell you the flat, the super built up area, give you some UDS. Now let us say if a plot measures 1 acre, the UDS given to 100 apartments would probably be around 1 acre is 40 guntas, so I'll say about 25 guntas. And the remaining 15 guntas, the builder would keep wherever, let's say, a clubhouse is built or, parking area, some areas which are common in nature, right? The land share, the builder would keep and say, I have a right over this. So this act came about to protect. And there are several Supreme Court judgments, in fact, which say that, look, if you have sold the apartment, the common area UDS automatically goes to the apartment owners. There is no way a builder can retain any common area. So each apartment owner is entitled to an undivided share interest in the common areas and facilities. So today, if you calculate all your UDS, let's say there are 100 apartments, if you calculate a UDS for all the 100 apartments, it should total to the entire extent of land. That is very important. And if that is not the case, those who have registered under KOA through a deed of declaration automatically protects you. So the minute you go to court, the builder will come running to settle. And we have done these kind of settlements. So this is actually the biggest protection that KOA sort of brought to all apartment owners. And this act also says it provides remedy to the association to take action against apartment owners violating the bylaws and other rules. So just to summarize what is here, one is it tells the individual apartment owners, look, your apartment is heritable and transferable. Two, it also says that all you apartment owners, you are entitled to an undivided share in the common areas and interests, which means the builder can get no share of land in the common areas in an apartment. That is one sector that it addresses. Second thing is it also talks about association of apartment owners. So it recognizes who association of apartment owner is. It provides the association of apartment owners some rights under the act saying you can maintain common areas. It also provides right in terms of collecting maintenance amount to maintain the apartment. And of course, it also says that association can take action against these apartment owners if they violate bylaws. So if you look at the act in a holistic manner, it does cover. But let me just point out what is missing from the act. See, like I said, one is you will never find anything in this act which says this is how an apartment should be formed. This is the formation. Nothing of that sort is mentioned. Associate of apartment owner is not recognized as a juristic person. Now, why do I say this? If you look at KSR, Karnataka Society Registration Act, if you look at KCSR, Karnataka Cooperative Society Registration Act, the societies or the associations that are registered under these act become a juristic person. What is a juristic person? Somebody in law who can represent himself in the court of law. Now, we as lawyers, what do we do if we have to file a suit, in favor of any association that's registered under KOA? We just make it a representative suit. We file one application in the court of law to make this suit as if it is filed in a representative capacity by all the owners. It's a procedural gap that we try to fill, using the procedure. So this, under KOA, the association is not recognized as a juristic person. And two, there is no registration certificate that is issued by the competent authority. I know this is a question that everybody is asking because under Karnataka Society Registration Act, you're getting a registration certificate. Under Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, you're getting a registration certificate. Under Companies Act, you're getting a registration certificate. Then why not get a registration under Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act? Because unfortunately, the framers, we don't know what they were thinking at that point. They didn't think that a registration certificate per se is important, or I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing here. But this one aspect of registration certificate is missing. Now, of course, like I already mentioned in the very beginning, there are writ petitions that are pending in the High Court saying that all these deed of declarations that have been registered before the sub-registrars have to be cancelled. But in my opinion, such a harsh decision may not be taken by the court. They will look at a via media settlement of how to either improve, build something into the legislation or to, straight off to say KOA associations cannot be formed may not be the way the courts may look at it, is my opinion. But of course, courts can differ depending on what is, also provided to them. Because today the government has taken a stand saying that no, this act was never intended. We never intended this to be an association of apartment owners. So anyway, that we should all wait and watch. But one thing I would say is please don't panic if you're registered under KOA. At this point, that you are not hurt. Even tomorrow there's a judgment that comes out against you. There is always a way out. So that is the best part about law. It gives you something, even if it takes away, it gives you another way to procure what it is, right? And I can safely tell you, as a counsel who's been advising a lot of associations, that there are several lacunas which we can make use of. So there is nothing to panic. So the next one is the Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act. This is, of course, a very straightforward act. There is absolutely no issues. Safest act to register yourself as an apartment association. It's a generic act. Again, there is no particular provision in the act. If you look for apartment or if you look for residence, you may not find such definitions in the act. But because it's the generic act which says to promote economic interest or general welfare of its members. And here you can collect maintenance, you can do all of that. So as such, Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act today is one of the safest act. You're also a juristic person. So another important thing is if you look at section 11 subclause 4 of RERA, RERA clearly says duty of the promoter to enable the formation of a cooperative society or association, which means it is, sorry, it is on the developer to register an association, cooperative society or society under RERA. That is his obligation. Now, because they mention something called cooperative society, it is definitely within the permit of the law to register yourself as a Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act. So any new apartments that have come into existence which do not have a registration at this point, we would of course tell you that safest is to do a 𝗫𝗫𝗄𝗃 registration. Now also section 10 of KOFA, which is the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act. This is also quite an old act. Now this came about I think at the same time as KOA. This also says that promoters required to take steps to the formation of a cooperative society. So this act only, unfortunately, there's one more gap in the law, right? This came about the same time as KOA, but it never mentioned that, you know, promoters required to form an association under Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act. It very safely says cooperative society or company. So this is also something that, you know, empowers you to register under cooperative society. So today, but RERA also says cooperative society, society or association. So technically speaking, there is no bar under RERA to be registered as an association under KOA. But of course, now that things have moved to court, we may all want to wait and watch what will be the next steps. So that sort of brings me to the end of registration aspects. Now coming to handover. See, handover is more of a practical issue than a legal issue. Because legally, you are very well protected both under RERA as well as the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act. There is no issue at all. The issue actually comes because handover is more of a negotiation with the builder than really saying that, look, I have a right, you have to give me a handover. And if you're claiming that kind of a right, what you're essentially doing is you're telling the builder, look, if you don't follow the law and give me the handover as I have asked for, I will go to the court of law. That's pretty much, you know, what you're saying if you want to enforce the law. So section 17 of RERA talks about title of transfer. It says promoter to execute a conveyance deed with respect to undivided proportionate title in the common areas in favor of the association of allottees. I'll just break this down very simply, right? So the first thing says that the promoter has to execute a conveyance deed in favor of the association of allottees with respect to undivided proportionate title in the common areas. Now see, RERA is a very new act that's come about. Now this is exactly what I was saying in KOA. KOA doesn't have the same words, but in effect means the same. Basically in KOA it's saying if you submit yourself to KOA, then automatically you have a right to the undivided proportionate share in the common area. Now RERA that has come about has brought in a slight clarification saying to execute a conveyance deed. But because there are two laws which sort of contradict each other, and today what builders are doing is all the UDS is already being given to the flat owners under their sale deeds. So there is really nothing left to make a conveyance deed to give to the association of allottees. So that is probably one of the reasons why this conveyance deed with respect to common areas, undivided share is not being, you know, followed by the builders as of today. Now that is our interpretation of why this is really not happening. So, I mean, conveyanced if the entire UDS in the land has already been given to all the apartment owners through their sale deeds, then I think this is okay to, I mean, you don't need to push the builder to get a conveyance deed. Now then what you're looking at is the next clause, which is handover of common areas. Because once the owners get undivided share in the entire land, the association becomes the custodian of those common areas. Which means the association is saying that, look, I am the custodian, so you have to hand over to me as per what RERA says. Which is hand over the common areas to the association of allottees and other title documents pertinent to the building. So, I'm going to take another 5 minutes. It shall be responsibility of the promoter to hand over the necessary documents and plans, including common area, to the association of allottees or the competent authority. Now, KOFA also protects you. KOFA also says the same thing. So you basically have two enactments today wherein handover by the builder is supposed to be given. To simply break it down, what do you need in the handover? You need the builder to give you an handover of all the common areas. And two, you need the builder to give you all title documents, plans, all original documents relating to the land and building. These are the two essential things in a legal handover. Of course, there's a financial handover of corpus. I think due to constraint of time, I can't discuss that, but that's about handover. I'm just going to run through the next two slides I have very quickly. Oh, I have to change. So incomplete works and defects in quality, I think this is something that 𝗻𝗲's really come in, stepped in to help people, which is excellent. Because in court of law, what we tell our clients is, look, if you're saying defect in quality, give me a document to show that, you know, there is actually defect in quality. And I think today it's good that there is an organization that's come to sort of help and bridge this gap, right? So of course, defect in quality, RERA gives you that option. You have 5 years time from the date of handover to write to the promoter saying, look, there is a defect in my common area, you need to come and rectify. And if you don't, you can go to RERA, you can go to the Consumer Court for deficiency of service, or you can even do a specific performance suit. So there are 3 options there. Now this is also another, it's a fairly simple issue in the legal parlance, but not to the apartment associations, because non-payment of maintenance by owners is actually a huge issue. And most people don't know what to do. Legal records is very simple. There are a couple of options you have. Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act says you can create charge on the property. So you go to court, create a charge, wherein tomorrow if that person wants to sell the flat, there is a charge, and until you remove that charge, or a lien as you call it, you won't be able to sell. That is one protection that KOA gives you. Then, of course, you can go to the civil court to sort of claim recovery of, you know, whatever the pending dues are. Now, one more important thing here is essential and non-essential services. A lot of people say, what do we do? Can we stop services because this person is not paying maintenance for his flat? There are judgments by the courts in India saying that essential services cannot be cut, which is your water, electricity. These are main services. So basically what they're trying to say is that, look, the quality of the person living in that association, you can try to sort of disturb the quality of that person, the quality of that lifestyle that person is leading in the association if they're not paying maintenance. But you cannot prevent them from the title rights that they have, which means you can't say, I'll cut off all the basic access. I'm not going to let this person enter into the apartment anymore because he's not paid. All those things cannot be done. You can't say, I'm going to restrict entry, exit. I'm going to restrict parking. You can't do all of that because those are essentials for the person to live. But what you can do in terms of non-essentials are disturb the quality of that person who's not paying to some extent. So that is also a recourse you have, because a lot of associations are slightly, you know, not very proactive in terms of, or don't want to take legal action per se, because, you know, you all live in the same community. So it's not nice to, you know, look at that person. So that's primarily one of the reasons why most associations don't want to. If that is the case, you can just bring down this person's quality to some extent by disconnecting some non-essential services. Now, stray animals and pets, I'm not going to go through the slides, but I'll quickly tell you, because today I think this is a very big topic in a lot of large apartments. The point of stray animals, because when the builder is almost finishing the apartment, what is happening is there is some part of the building, or there's a phase 2 that is coming up, because of which there is a boundary wall to some extent that is missing, or some small gaps like that because of which a stray animal enters. And of course, there are you cannot prevent anybody from feeding a stray as per the law. But when people start feeding the strays, you know, want to be fed, so they end up living there. Then the threat is of whatever child is running in the stray attacks. What if there is a, you know, person running or jogging in the stray attacks? And what do we do? Unfortunately, with respect to stray, I'm done. Unfortunately, with respect to stray, you can't do much, because the law today says you cannot relocate or send a stray off from the location it is in. So that there is no option as such. And also with respect to pets, there is no law which says you can have 1 pet dog, 2 pet dog, only these kind of pet dogs. So these kind of pet policies cannot be made wherein you're restricting what kind of pet a person should own. Cannot be done to through pet policies of association. So if there's any other questions, I'll take it later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really wonderful to share the knowledge on registration and handing over of the RWA projects. Now we'll move on to the question and answer sessions. Yeah, sir, you have a question?
Hello, I'm Gautam Kamath. I'm the Bangalore Apartment Federation, Bangalore South Cluster President. So this is the biggest question which is coming up. I have a couple of questions on each of the act. Like the DOD. DOD is basically registered by the builder. That's my understanding, right?
Yes.
A DOD is registered by the builder where the what you were telling was Form A. Form A is the deed of apartment. Along with that, the buyer signs Form B as he by getting into that I get into
The
KOA
consent
72.
form, correct.
So what we have is DOD is signed by the builder. Now if an association is formed 10 years back, KSRA, so they cannot practically go to KOA 72 because the DOD is signed by the builders, not the owners. Can owners sign a DOD?
Correct. So that's a very important question. I think you're very right. So it obviously is easy for the developer to sign the DOD because at that point the developer along with owners are the landowners, right? So it's easy because KOA says very clearly that every single apartment owner has to sign and come for registration. Now that is what the Act says. So today if you want to move to KOA, I'm not saying it's easy, sir. It is very, very difficult because if you're living, let's say, in an association of 100,000 apartments, to get 1,000 people to come and sign, it's practically not possible.
Can power of attorney given to people, group of peoples, one person represent 30, 40 people and come to the registrar's office for signing? Basically, see.
In my opinion, that is doable, sir. That's what we tell.
So that's what,
yes.
Because some of the apartments have
You're
done
right.
it. But the issue is, why should I sign the DOD? I sign the deed of apartment only. As an
Right.
owner, do I need to sign any document in the sub-registrar's office, or the builder takes all the Form A and Form B along with the DOD, along with the sanction plan, registers that?
So what happens is if you're already the owner, let's say the handover is done and you're out, let's say you're migrating from KSR to KOA, I think DOD still has to be signed by all owners. That is a compulsory provision under the Act.
So basically what you are telling is, clarifying is, the associations which are under KOA 1960 KSRA can be done in 72, KOA 1972, with the DOD signed by the owners.
Each owner, every
each
single
owner.
owner.
But if you see the clause in one of the DOD clause, it says the builder transfers the rights. That is one clause which goes into it, to the individual owners. If the builder is not writing KOA, how does it land gets transferred
So if you see the Act, the very section 6 of the Act itself says automatically you get a right. So the builder doesn't have to transfer.
Fine.
So
that's
automatically
clear.
you get a right.
So that's where
Thank
the
you.
clarity.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I am not part of an apartment association. We have a layout and we have a cooperative society running the layout on behalf of the owner or the builder, because the builder has not done a handoff yet. I understand the handoff is a process of having to be done. It's not a legal obligation.
It is a legal obligation under ERA. Handover is a legal obligation under ERA.
What if we didn't have a RERA registration? Because it's a layout formed 7 years ago, and I don't think we have.
RERA was applicable. So you can still enforce your rights under law. I don't think as such. See, what happens is you may not belong to a specific law, but there are general laws also that favor you.
Okay.
So we can look at all, what are the agreements that you've entered into? What do these clauses say? There is always something that you can find. It's not that you have lost a right.
Sure. Okay. Second question, we are in a situation where it's a BDA approved layout. And we have an STP. We manage the STP because it's a zero discharge policy. But BDA themselves are approving multi-dwelling units on the sites. So BDA has approved a operating STP. They are also approving multiple houses on the site. It's a matter of time before STP goes beyond capacity.
See, there is a requirement that STP can only be given to, I think, beyond some 20,000 square meters. I'm not sure about the exact number, but STP only comes in beyond a certain area. Only if the area is larger than this number, that's when STPs come in.
Fair. So we have the STP.
Okay.
And the fact is, BDA is approving the multiple houses. So we cannot talk to the association members and tell, build a single
I got your
house,
point. See,
right?
the thing is, I understood what your question is. See, here, you have to approach the KSPCB, Karnataka Pollution Control Board. Now, they are the people who are granting STPs. If there is any change in the way the structure is, see, first of all, this is a layout you're seeing, but if it's a layout, then there is no approval for building on the sites, I'm guessing. Please.
It's actually twin question. One is, which is the body corporate as per the KOA? Because we have a challenge in terms of the association. That's number one. Number two, is the rights to be transferred to the association. How has this to be registered? I mean, DOD is understandable, but then, there are common amenities, there are individual apartments, and all of them through the undivided share has to be registered. So what is the process? And now with this clarity which is being given by the law secretary with respect to the Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, we are again in a different scenario.
So first of all, I would say please don't read into the clarifications given by the government, because today they will give you this, tomorrow they'll give you another clarification. So I'm not going to put my answer down based on the clarification given by the government, number one. Number two, your first question was regarding body corporate. See, you mean the competent authority before KOA, right? Or juristic person?
No, I'm talking about the certificate which needs to be given.
So there is no certificate that is to be given under KOA.
Yes, and that is the problem that we all have.
So that was what I tried explaining. Just because there is no certificate, that doesn't mean you're not a registered association. Because the way KOA is structured is very different. It says that if you have the DOD, you have submitted yourself to the Act. And every provision in that enactment automatically applies to you. So see, I can't answer why there is no registration certificate. Ideally, yes, there should have been a registration certificate so that people, there is commonality in all aspects of law. But now that is missing. So there is no authority that will give you that certificate.
One single line. BAF has met the Principal Secretary Legal Department for solving this issue.
Our apartment has been, we have the 𝗀𝗄𝗆 Act. Under that, the landowner and the promoter, they have registered the deed of declaration and everything. Now, when we calculate the UDS of all the apartments and whatever the land, everything, there is a difference.
Yes.
Say around 12,000 square feet difference is coming.
Yes.
So who will claim that land? Who will claim that UDS?
So to give you the best answer, see, you don't have to claim that UDS. That UDS automatically comes to you under KOA. But the best answer to this question is to please file a suit against the builder. The builder will automatically settle and give you confirmation that everything belongs to you.
Thank you.
That would be the easiest recourse.
Let's move on to the next speaker of the event. The next speaker of the event is Mr. Aditya Rao. He is an entrepreneur by accident. He had a career of 24 years with ICT companies like Dell, Lenovo, and HP in sales roles. He has also close to 3 decades of experience in running and managing RWAs and has been either the secretary or president of the apartments he has lived in or owned. In 2018, when they had an issue with their STP, he evaluated about 28 STP vendors in Bangalore and found that they didn't meet his expectations with their approach and way of operating. Well, this leads to the 𝗁𝗍𝗁 being incubated by him and his neighbor, who has 26 years of experience in building, maintaining, and operating large municipal STPs, and the rest is the history. Public speaking, networking, issue problem solving, building high performance teams, people management are a few of his others. Now I request him to present the presentation, sir. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I request everyone to rise. Please rise. Let's observe a moment of silence. 2 people died in an STP recently. In memory of their souls, let's observe a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Please be seated. So thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. A lot of you I know here. Apart from 𝗁𝗍𝗁, which I founded just 4 years ago, been actively involved in BAF. I happen to be the secretary of BAF Bellandur, and we've got about 100 odd member apartments. But I have a pact with BAF. When I wear my BAF avatar, I cannot speak about 𝗁𝗍𝗁 or I cannot solicit business. So as a policy, 𝗁𝗍𝗁 from day one does not go out in the open market to solicit business. You will never see a sales guy at your apartment. You know, it is so bad that an apartment 800 meters from my office got our reference from an apartment 28 kilometers away from my office. And they said, Aditya, we've seen you 18 times you've come as a BF representative and you never once uttered STP or green TVT. So we continue that tradition. 100% of our commercial, industrial and residential, that is apartment business, comes via referrals only. We only proactively go out and look for opportunities in the municipal space. In the municipal space, a lot of you might be aware, 1/4 of Bangalore sewage is treated and sent to Kolar as potable water for irrigation, agriculture, etc., etc. Well, all of that is coming out from the 4 municipal STPs that Green TVT operates and manages. Okay, no one gave me a pointer, so I'm sorry. Why do we need STPs? In the 110 villages of Bangalore, if you've built anything above 2,000 square meters, you need an STP by law. It's not Aditya Rao, it's the law. In CBD Bangalore, anything above 20,000 square meters, you need an STP. Yeah, it's a criminal offense, punishable, blah, 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 but a good STP, so this is the legal aspect and I leave that to people like Sneha to take up further. For us STP vendors, we are now propagating that the STP can be your third source of water, especially if you are dependent on bore wells, on water tankers, or whoever else. A good STP can save you a minimum of 10,000 rupees per day to up to 2 lakhs a day. So I refer to STPs as, you know, my wife's relatives. I inherited them. I fell in love with a girl and I married her and, you know, I inherited this thing. So I fell in love with the flat and bought the flat and I inherited the STP for free, right? So now it's up to us whether we want to nourish them or neglect them. Neglect leads to fines. If it was not for that 5 lakh notice, I would have not become an STP vendor. Well, there are people who have got up to 7 crores notices. There have been a lot of nasty things that have happened. Like close to, I think, 56 apartments have got their OCs revoked because of violations primarily on the environmental and the STP front. Top issues, these are the most common issues that you find in an STP. The STPs stink, there is gas generation, discolored and foul smelling water is a given in 9 out of 10 STPs that we visit. Uncontrolled generation of sludge, overall general deterioration of the STP, constant equipment failures, rust and unplanned expenses. Right? Now when someone comes to our apartment to visit, you know, friend, relative, family, colleague, we proudly take them around the apartment, show them every common area. No, my children have got this latest equipment to play, or my swimming pool is heated, or temperature controlled, so on and so forth. In the gym, I've got all imported equipments. Why don't you all take your friends, relatives, and family for an STP tour? Once you all start doing it, automatically, whether it is you or your fellow residents or your MC committees, if some of you all are not in the MC committee, will start paying more attention to this aspect. This is how we at Green TVT rate STPs on these parameters. Physical infrastructure, again, inherited from the builder. The biochemistry of the plant, which is very, very important. Operator skill, equipment maintenance, MLSS, and treated water quality. On a scale of 1 to 10, when we rate STPs, when we inspect, 9 out of 10 STPs, the average score is only 3 out of 10. So, I will go by each of these topics and restrict myself to these topics because this is the way we evaluate STPs. So when you look at physical infrastructure, everything that's important to physical infrastructure is there on the right side, on your left, I'm sorry. 8 out of 10 STPs have design flaws. Whether it is minor or major, they have design flaws. And these design flaws are because of the L1 culture. Lowest bidder. Whether it is from the builder side or the RWS side, it is the L1 culture. Plumbing consultants are the second biggest issue. There are very, very few competent people. Of course, I'm very new. I don't call myself competent. But there are people in Bangalore itself, companies in Bangalore itself who have existed for close to 3.5 decades. No one goes to them. It is, we've fallen from grace. We believe the plumber or the plumbing consultant more than someone who is competent. Equipment maintenance. There is some amount of maintenance that has to be done on an hourly, shift-wise, daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual basis. No one does this. There needs to be discipline, there needs to be a military-like precision in maintaining these equipment. And I can show you examples of plants that have been operating without any equipment failure or without any need for major maintenance for the last 15 years. We run 14 such plants. Biochemistry, operator skill, and MLSS. It all boils down to those last two things there. Pump operators cannot deliver. And when I say pump operator, it can be the security guard, it can be your handyman, it can be your carpenter, it can be your electrician, whoever. Only hiring 3 operators or 2 operators, whether you choose to operate 1 shift, 2 shifts, 3 shifts, or 1 guy 24 hours, only a pump operator cannot. You need a process engineer, you need an environmental engineer. The reason being, the inflow of sewage is never consistent. The biological load of the influent keeps changing by the hour, by the minute. And a pump operator will only switch on and off. You have to have the ability to see what is coming, how much of it is coming, and accordingly adjust your operations. Not all of us have a bath at the same time, not all of us wash vessels at the same time, not all of us use the toilets at the same time. Are you all with me, or, am I talking through my hat? Yes? Relatable? No one's asleep, good. Yeah. Incorrect retention and recirculation times leads to indigestion. If you don't eat on time, don't get enough rest, we all are going to have tummy problems, right? This is the issue with most of the STPs. Sludge generation, a good 150 KLD STP will only generate that amount of sludge in a day, which is odorless. I've seen STPs where, 150 kilos, 200 kilos of sludge is being generated in a day. And here we are talking of 150 kilos of sludge in a month. And sludge, by the way, is not sewage, it is only dead MLSS or dead bacteria. So if your excess sludge generation is there, if the sludge is smelling or stinking, your STP suffers from indigestion because of your pump operator. treated water quality, consistent, crystal clear. Come to any one of my STPs, I will drink that water in front of you. I've done it some 700-800 times in the last 4 years. I'm still alive and kicking, not developed any illnesses. And 4 out of 10 STPs that we visit, we see treated water quality like this. You can choose from 260 odd companies. There are only 4 or 5 of us in the market who know what we are doing. It's your choice. And now with all the negative publicity happening, you know, the image of your RWA or apartment, the value of it, when you try to resell it, goes for a toss, probably because of the STPs. So something to think about, people. A few bad examples. You know, I can show you like 𝗿𝗏𝗰𝗆 1, 2, KGF 1, 2 also in terms of bad examples, photographs, videos and things like that. Spend 10 minutes in your STP, and if you have the inclination, come and see 2-3 of our STPs. Will change your perspective and perceptions about STPs. Someone said that we are amongst the top 10 in India. I don't believe them, but if you want to, you can. You know, top 10 waste water and water management consultants in the country. Thank you. stp@greentvt.in is where you can reach us. If there are any questions, I'd like to take them now. If not, I'm here. Yes, sir.
Sir, I got a couple of questions. The first question is if the STP operator is charging us, I think it is based on inflow, or how is the charge to be per shift? You mean suppose there are like, do you have to count all the people staying in the apartment? Then, sir. No. See, I'm saying there is. We are discharging some amount of sewage into the STP. The person just now who's owning that STP, he's charging us. Per so many liters, per million liters or liters, he's charging us. So how is that charge calculated? How do we know how much we put into the STP?
So you'll have two things. Whoever, am I audible?
Yeah.
Whoever finalized the contract with that STP vendor,
Yeah.
seems to be an IT guy who is working in the cloud.
Okay.
Because only there do these concepts of per liter charge and all come. Okay.
Yeah.
If not, irrespective of the size of your STP or the volume of their STP, obviously if your STP is a 500 KL, you will give us only 500 KL of sewage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So whether you have a Maruti or you have a
Ben.
BMW or a Benz, sir, which I don't have, right? You pay the driver the same thing, right?
Yes. So the charge you're saying is based on number of operators.
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Yes,
Then.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, that did know.
Case to case basis, sir. If it is BF apartments, it is slightly higher. If it is other apartments, sometimes it is free. But we do charge.
Sir, in our apartment, GR Lotus at RR Nagar, the STP is not established, but the builder has got consent for establishment and consent for operation. Both he has got, but the STP itself is not there. The equipments are not there, only tanks are built. This is what has happened. Now, we have gone to the court. In the court, he has submitted that everything is there. But the 𝗿𝗏𝗃 pipeline, which is to be connected to the, for flushing, that is also not there, as per the law. Nothing is built.
You are not alone. 2.5 years ago, during the pandemic, I visited 56, if I'm right, 56 apartments in that RR Nagar cluster. At least you have some tanks to show. The rest of the 55 do not have anything to show.
Sir, one question here. With respect to NOCs given by the statutory authorities in running the STPs, for the first 5 years, it's always mentioned that the builder has to maintain the STP. wherein in most of the cases we have seen the builder always say, yes, we do the maintenance, we do run, we take care of all the functionality, but not at our cost. So this is something that as a community we all face generally when the association is newly formed or probably the project is newly completed. Can you just throw some light on this, please?
Point number one, Greentivity doesn't work with builders. Greentivity doesn't work with builders. Point number two, L1. The builder will always give it to the L1. And more often than not, that L1 to operate and maintain, because there are a lot of companies in Bangalore who specialize in doing project work. They'll build you the STP and run away. The O&M, which is critical to an STP, is assigned to whoever is L1, because the builder doesn't see value in it. Now, to look at it from the other side, an STP cannot be operated unless there is 25 to 50% influent coming, which for a good 5 years, nothing happens because the builder is, giving you possession in batches. You also, like in my case, I took 1.5 years to do the interiors of my house. Not that it is elaborate, but because I didn't have the required liquidity. Right? So unless occupancy is between 25 and 50%, it's very, very difficult practically to run an STP.
So technically, I see a difference between the water coming out of a STP in terms of volume and what I can utilize that water for, like a gardening or a flush. What do I do with the excess water? Is it a correct logic that there's excess water innovation across most of the...
There'll always be a certain percentile of excess water, right?
Yep.
Now, whether that excess water is 70% or 30% or 20% depends on who you are working and collaborating with on the STP front, right? Now, I always ask, people known to me to make their STP vendor write the spelling of biochemistry on a piece of paper, right? 7 out of 10 vendors cannot even spell it. So then, where is the question of them coming and having these meaningful dialogues with you and saying, okay, we are here, in 3 months, let's go here and show you that roadmap and things like that. And the easiest thing is to throw a hosepipe over a wall. And 7 out of 10 of us are throwing the hosepipe from the raw sewage tank.
We'll move on to the next speaker, the third speaker of the event, Aashika Sripathi. She is a co-founder and CEO of Adda. She is currently managing the finance and people success, that is HR function. She holds BE in computer science from Vijayanagar Engineering College, Ballari, and MBA in marketing from PES Bangalore. Oh. Super. She started her career with HCL in the sales division and has worked for Emerson Network Power in channel sales. She also worked as a marketing professor in CMRIT. Aashika has been associated with Adda right from its inception and has been instrumental in contributing the growth of Adda in Indian market over the decade by leading teams across various functions. Aashika is very passionate about customer success and team success. She believes in high-performance teams and tribe culture. She is passionate about nurturing relationships with customers towards business outcomes, believes in creating and nurturing leaders for tomorrow. Mentoring has been her forte, believes in teamwork, collaboration, and high integrity, instrumental in achieving high customer retention as an outcome of customer success. She also believes firmly in the vision the company holds good, which is the nurture of happy community living across the globe. She also supports the circular economy and emerging concept of 15 minute neighborhood, which thrives on sustained success communities. We welcome you, ma'am.
Namaskara, everybody. Good morning. I think good day, in fact. So let's begin with what I have to share with you all today towards happy community living. That's the motto, what we have. And I would like to talk about what the importance of a digital platform right from the beginning, right from the moment a person invests in a property, right? What is the importance of having a digital platform which will make your life smoother for years to come? Okay, so what we believe is that every community, right, deserves what we call it as SAFE, S-A-F-E. It's an abbreviation coined by our CEO San Banerjee, which means that every community must be socially, administratively, financially, and environmentally sustainable. Okay, that's the goal of a digital platform. That is what a digital platform must enhance in bringing the safe community up. Right? So how does this happen? Let me show you. Let me give you a few pointers on that. So what happens with a digital platform is that, let's begin the journey like this. Let me take you back to 13 years, probably 15 years back, when we would have, most of us would have invested in a flat around that time, right? The whole apartment culture in Bangalore is pretty much very new around that time. It was more of individual houses and more of layouts that were there. And 2004 onwards, I think pretty much the apartment culture picked up in Bangalore. That's when a bunch of us, who were like new to Bangalore, moved into Bangalore and bought our flat. And if you all remember, around that time, what we had was Excel sheets. We had probably an Orkut, which was for social networking around that time. And then that's it about it, right? So when we all moved in, there was hardly any ecosystem around that time, or even a platform around that time, which could bring all the owners together on one platform to help collaborate and address the challenges around that, right? This is 15 years back that I'm talking about. So that's how Adda was born also, sensing this kind of need that was there around that time. In fact, I also moved in 2008 in one such apartment complex in Whitefield, and pretty much we faced a hell lot of challenges with respect to registration, with respect to almost all the aspects, right? We had Orkut, we had Yahoo groups, we had Google groups, we had Excel sheets for managing, right? So that's when we felt the need of a platform during the transition itself, right? So how a digital platform can help you is, in consolidating the aspects that is mentioned there, right from the moment you purchase a flat. Okay, so it is very important that first and foremost you have a direct connect with all the owners, because a group, when it comes together, has bigger power than you as an individual, right? So that connect, the platform that you are on, should help you bring the entire owners of that particular community on one platform where you can interact and collaborate towards addressing all the challenges, right? And then during the transition, or even before the transition, right, there are so many documents that are needed per se, which is very important that you consolidate everything in one place. It should not be like, you have some other software, some other folder where you have to scout for it, and the access to it is very limited to few people, right? So that is where a digital platform plays a very key role in consolidating all the necessary documents that are needed towards, taking the community affairs forward. Okay, and then as you move along, right, you are taking the handover, and then what is very important is that cash flow. The revenue should start kicking in right from the day one you move in, because the moment you start taking over from the builder, your time starts clicking in terms of managing all the operations, right? That's when money is very important for you. So that's when the maintenance part of it, you have to ensure that, the maintenance starts, the collection starts kicking in, right? Having a very robust platform, having a clear visibility into who are the owners and who is paying, all that things becomes very important at that point of time. So consolidating that. So we have known of quite a lot of apartments who are being running very beautifully since last 13 years. They just set up in the first, when they started, right, they just set up their billing formula, and the collections have been absolutely like 100% automated, and they absolutely have no issues with respect to the cash flow coming in. And then assets consolidation, this is something I think most of them miss, but very important that, during the handover, please ensure that, all the details with respect to the assets that are there in the community are taken, and consolidated. The information about the assets and the documents, the service documents, the AMCs, all those things are consolidated in one platform. That's where I think many people struggle, because there is no one place where you actually find all these things, and struggle to find the AMC, struggle to, I'll touch upon those points as to what are the implications of forgetting this part. But even today we see that a lot of people struggle with, managing the assets part of it. And then the compliances, again, very important. As we get along, I think first 2 years are very, very super busy for everybody. There is a lot of enthusiasm with the new management committee. They do a lot of things. But as it progresses, right, I think a lot of people kind of fall in a routine, I would say. And then that's where the problem arises, that, you tend to forget that a lot of compliances that needs to be done. So it is very important that this digital platform, whatever you choose, gives you that visibility into what are the compliances that you are supposed to handle, and handle as well. Yeah. So these are very important aspects that your digital platform must address in terms of, consolidating everything. Now, it's a chaos, right? When HOTO happens, HOTO happens, handover, takeover happens, it's a chaos, right? So how do you rise above the chaos? It's something just wanted to point out. So these are the kind, I would not call it as costs or penalties that you would incur. Typically, you must be aware that these are the savings, typical savings that you can do if you put appropriate processes right from the beginning. Okay, so repairs and maintenance costs are around 0.5% to 1.5% of the property's value per year. This is the typical expenses that are there. The annual repair cost for a multifamily property in India could potentially increase by 10% to 30%, which would be a significant expense for a 300 unit. This is for a 300 unit apartment complex that we have taken some numbers. This is an approximate numbers, not the actuals. And, you could probably look at an additional cost of INR 15 lakh to 45 lakh per year, depending on the property's condition and maintenance needs. So it's very important that, from the day one, you are ensuring that the assets that you have, the AMCs that you have are all maintained properly. Otherwise, the cost that you incur over the years would be really high. Would get into exponential mode. So in the absence of a strong asset management system in place, it can result to very high expenses due to unexpected repairs. I think that's what typically people face, right? And higher vacancy rates due to lack of tenant retention. Ultimately it boils down to that, the property value getting devalued because the condition of the premises is not maintained well. Ultimately what we want is that, our property should appreciate, and the whole community, while we are living there, we have a good community, right? Well-run community. So, and then a reduction in overall property value. So this is very important that, assets are taken seriously and it's maintained well. And then tax penalties, this is typically what apartments, in the absence of a proper system, a proper financial system, get into, paying penalties for due to delayed TDS, GST, income tax payments, and filing, right? You ignore this per year, I think you will end up spending around upwards of 3 lakhs. In fact, this is the very base numbers that I have put in here. So that you can avoid if you put a proper financial system in place right from the beginning. And then inventory management, so probably, it starts from somewhere around 2 lakhs per year. Due to overstocking, understocking, theft and wastage and mismanagement of the inventory. So this is again the base numbers, and it can go upwards of it. The financial system, in the absence of a proper, robust financial system, the cost that a typical community can incur is about 20 to 50 lakh per year. Okay. And that is because of poor accounting practices. Typically what happens is, I think people tend to ignore the expertise that is available in the market and try to kind of manage without experts being involved, right? So that's when you will probably end up having poor accounting practices and inaccurate financial statements being generated, and then mismanagement of funds, right? And missed opportunities to save money, right? So quite a lot of times we don't realize that when a good collection happens, that amount can be put in FD properly and you can earn over that, right? But if there is lack of processes around that, it just sits in your account and earns nothing. So a very strong financial system is extremely important in ensuring that, you earn the money and then you spend also towards growing your property value. And then governance costs, somewhere around 10 to 30 lakh per year, again, because of mismanagement of funds and costly legal disputes, right? And inefficient use of resources. Again, you have a bloated FM team which is catering to it, right? And then damage to property value and increased insurance premiums, higher expenses due to unexpected repairs. So higher vacancy rates due to lack of tenant retention, and ultimately results in reduction overall property value. So these are some of the costs that I think right at the beginning, if you have a proper system in place, a robust system in place, you can avoid these things. And what is very important right now, I think 15 years back, there was lack of this. There were no enough experts available in the field, and each one was trying to figure out, but now that is not the case. You have very good experts like Sneha, coming from the legal, you have Aditya from STP, like that, and 𝗵𝗵𝗇, I'm glad that, they have conducted this event today, bringing all the experts here on this forum, because please do take the help of these experts to run, because ultimately when you look at 5 years, 10 years down the line, it's important that your property appreciates, right? So it's important that you maintain well, you spend towards maintaining it well, and you get your returns, right? So a trusted and connected ecosystem is very important. The digital platform that you opt, right, should be able to give you that ecosystem readily available. Okay, and so experts like RWH, STP is what I mentioned, and then community partners like 𝗵𝗵𝗇, STP vendors, swimming pool vendors, and then we also have something called as Adda Consulting Services and Partners. We have partnered with the CA firms and accountants to help you with your financial processes as well. And at Adda also, we provide consultancy services if you want to put in robust financial processes or any other, like, community management processes around that. So just a little bit about what is Adda Consultancy Services. So our aim is to bring in financial excellence in your community, because we do understand that, management committee members are all volunteers having less time. What you need is a trusted vendor who can counsel and who can help you in managing the operations well, right? So towards that safe, what I mentioned, that's our motto, and we would like to help you with our expertise that we have from India. We cater to Dubai market, we cater to Mauritius, Singapore markets as well. So the best practices across these geographies are inculcated in the product and our expertise also in the consultancy services that we provide. I'm done almost. So this is specifically to do with the consultancy services that we offer. The de facto services offered by any financial system is that's there, accounts receivables and all that. And the value-added services that we bring in on the table is financial discipline and purchase workflow, residence query addressal, then monthly MIS report, which is very important for the management committee to take certain decisions, right? And then advisory on, the financial systems. Then I just have a small video which we connect to always, because we are very proud that, we are working in this ecosystem where the volunteers come together and manage a huge property, right? So this is a tribute to the communities that are aiming to be safe on a digital platform. So
Which comes but rarely in history. When we step out from the old to the new. When we begin.
Yeah, that's what we believe in. We are very proud to be working with this, people who come forward to make a community, a happy living community, the management committee members, you all. And, heartfelt thanks to you all for stepping up in making this beautiful journey and, helping all the residents have a wonderful experience staying in a community. So, yeah, that's all I had for today. And thank you so much for making it up on Saturday. We have been conducting these workshops, where we try to bring in experts from different fields, the government officials and the management committee members on platform. But I'm glad that, today we have Nemadi who has conducted this, and I think 2 sessions were already very enriching. That's what I got to hear from some of you whom I spoke to in the but then, there will be a lot of learnings. And once again, thank you, Nemadi team, for this wonderful event. And have a good day, Saturday.
I'm a great fan of Adda because I've seen from the complexes where I visit and all that. But in my complex, whenever I say Adda, they say, oh, there is a big annual cost. An X company, Y company is giving free. So how can we overcome this, ma'am?
That's, I think, what Mr. Aditya rightly put it across, right? So you.
My gate is free.
Hold on. When we were evaluating which digital platform to use in 2017-18, in my immediate vicinity, we are a very close-knit group of 11 apartments, right? The largest apartment has 328 flats. The smallest apartment has 46 flats. Okay, and from a very long time, we have been collaborating. We've done our rainwater harvesting together, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. The co-founder of MyGate lives in one of those flats, and it was free, right, to all 11 of us. I was the only sore thumb who went and paid. I didn't know her. I just met her today, okay? I don't know her from before. I was the only guy who went and paid for my 74 apartment complex. Till date, there are zero marketing calls to any of my residents because everyone else who's giving it to you free, she may not say it, but I will tell you, is selling the data. Is selling the data. Every other week, it is X, Y, Z coming to my office and saying, I have signed up 40 more RWAs, I can sell you the data for so much. That's in my Greentivity avatar. I have never ever been approached by Adda for the same thing. You name it. You name the digital app. Everyone's been to my office saying that I can sell you this data. And we have the expertise and the information of not only who the owner is, but who the current tenant or resident is. Who's the head of the family, who's the spouse, who are the children. Because everyone who has a mobile phone gets registered in these digital apps, right? I am secretary and treasurer of my apartment for the last 18 years. Anything that comes to you free has repercussions.
No such thing as a
so
free
much,
lunch.
yes, exactly. There's no such thing as free lunch. And right from the day one, right, our business model has been purely subscription based. Let me be upfront here. We charge and we provide the quality product for it. We don't have any, when something comes for free, you always know that, there is some, ultimately the business has to survive. Right?
Yes.
If something is given for free, know that there is some trade-off that is happening. So
The next question, please.
One more question, man. We have a canteen because they are all senior citizens and food and all is provided. But the break happened because Adda doesn't have facility to bill the food consumed.
We are working on it. Actually, we have onboarded quite some senior citizen homes. We are working with Nana Nani Homes, Ananya Nana Nani Homes, Brigade Park side, I guess. That is another senior citizen home that is there. And there is need of such a solution. Our product team is actually working on that solution, and you should be able to hear that soon.
So, where do you store the customer data? Is it on cloud?
It's on the cloud. It's on the AWS
So what is
cloud.
the exit criteria? Like,
Technology details, I think I can...
no, I'm not looking for the technology.
Okay.
What is the exit criteria? Like, if somebody has to come out, how do you
Yeah,
hand out
there
the
is,
data?
we have standard terms. You can give us a notice saying that you would like to exit. Up to 30 days, the data will be available for you to download all the data, beyond which up to 3 months it will be available, still available. After that, we purge the data. It will not be available.
Okay, and also you have mentioned about the circular economy.
Yes,
Can you
circular economy.
give an example?
So circular economy is all about the reuse, reduce funda, right? So whatever in a particular ecosystem, whatever is generated kind of becomes available or recycled and used within that particular economy.
So how
that's
Adda is helping us in that?
So we promote, so that the sustainability angle, the environmental angle that I spoke about in the SAFE abbreviation, right? So that is where we have been vocal about all these sustainable practices. We believe in that. This is my personal belief that, we should promote circular economy because whatever gets generated, if it is within that, if it is recycled and kind of is available within that particular ecosystem, I think you can reduce a lot of waste. So that's where and it also contributes at a larger scale towards environment and saving this planet. So that's where I personally
yeah, I
believe
agree
in
that,
that.
but in your platform there is any option to do that?
Right now, no, but as a company, we have been very vocal about sustainable initiatives. That's when we conduct workshops on rainwater harvesting, waste management. We have been working with Aarti, who is there here as well, right? So, like these experts who have been very vocal and have been working about sustainable initiatives, we are very vocal, and we involve in those initiatives and encourage the communities to take up that. In fact, we have these awards called as Rise High Awards, which is very soon we are going to do it in May for this year, where we identify and honor communities who have taken such initiatives towards sustainability as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
We'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Vikas Brahmawar. He is the founder director. Vikas has started Trans Water System Private Limited in the year 2011 and prior to moving to India in 2008. Vikas was working in London as a software engineer for investment banking industry. Over past 14 years, Vikas has been working on creating water abundance infrastructure for the cities of India. Over the years, Vikas and his team has served more than 1,000 clients for water treatment and sustainability. This year, 63.6 crore liters of sewage has been converted to drinking water and sold for industrial reuse, preventing similar quantity of borewell water being exploited. Vikas holds a design patent and applied for another patent on unique method of designing wastewater to potable water treatment. Few of the media organizations are as follows. Vikas has awarded by CNBC TV 18 as top 4 water warriors of India, CNBC TV 18, recognized as Water Warrior in Times of India article, recognized as Har Ek Boond ka Republic TV as Water Warriors. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. My time in the next 20 minutes, I want it to be little valuable, at least for you, because you have spent your time. At least 1 or 2 points I want all of you to take back home to think about and work on, right? This is all she has said. So I have been in the industry for the past 14 years, working on water recovery. So when you go out of country, right, so you suddenly become patriotic. So when you go to UK, US, certainly feel you left out from India and you want to do something for India. And you go start discussing with your friends that ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. Same thing happened to me. So suddenly in one of the parties I decided to quit and move back to India. So 2000, but none of my friends, 8 of us decided to move back. None of them came back. I was the only person who came back. But from 2008, initially we were working with rural water treatment. So all the money I made in the UK, so I thought we'll do lots of charity, and I went to Tumkur belt, rural belt, where I see schools which have bad quality water supplied to them, and there is standard systems which is set up, say for removing fluoride, they put an entire elaborate RO system which is not viable, not practical for them to operate. So we started working on water treatment plants. So we have done 1,000+ installations pan-India. We have 13 dealers across India for water treatment plants. Entire cult fit chain, we supply the water, incoming water, pan-India. So now coming to apartment association. See, Bangalore has 3,500+ apartment complex, right? Apartments decide the future of the city because that's the large volume of water which either comes in or goes out. In a small area, we have such a large number of apartments. So all of us here should decide the fate of the city because apartment decides what happened to the city. It's happened in Mumbai, it happened in all major cities of the world. Apartment decides what happens to the city. So it is a very responsible role all of you have taken to have the best of the things available for the apartment and make the city sustainable. So now my topic here is about incoming water treatment. So your apartment, if you go to the basement somewhere, they would have put 2 cylinders or 3 cylinders inside your apartment, right? So weekly we get at least 10-12 calls saying that my WTP is, we don't know whether it is working. So I thought I'll give a high level brief on that. So water treatment plant means your incoming water, be it borewell, be it Kaveri, be it tanker water, needs to be treated, right? So that treatment is done in multiple stage. Builders call it WTP. Do you have a WTP? Which means that water treatment plant. Now, what treatment needs to be done? Builder puts a standard equipment. They put a sand filter, they put a carbon filter, and if it is luxurious apartment, they put one more cylinder for softener. So it is put on standard, and most of it fails because of the incoming water, right? Say if our apartment is in Hennur Road. In Hennur Road, Hennur region, there is high iron. Iron needs to be within 0.3 ppm limit. And if you have 1.5 ppm and you put a softener with iron in the water, your softener will not work. So the first thing any apartment has to do is to understand what water they are getting. Okay. So this image which you see is a 3-stage system where the turbidity, if you see the water report, the turbidity, if it is more than 1 NTU, only then you need a sand filter specifically. Otherwise, you need a multi-grade filter where they mix a sand and carbon together in one cylinder, and then they put, if your turbidity is above 2 NTU, then you need pressure sand filter. If your turbidity in the water is above 5 NTU, you need aluminosilicate material to remove the turbidity. So this 2-stage, 3-stage, 4-stage WTP, all that is a jargon. What stage is required for you, only that you'll have to put. Now, I have seen apartment association saying that my neighbor apartment has 3 cylinders. I have only 2 cylinders. My builder did a fraud to me. So we should never look at what others is having. What is required for you? In most cases, if it is municipal water, you just need a multi-grade filter. In some cases you don't even need a cylinder if the water is good, right? So it doesn't mean that what happens if I put one thing extra. Say your water is good, you end up putting a silica-based filter and you don't maintain it. After 6 months, silica starts leaching. So, which means that you don't put a system for the sake of putting. There are repercussions to it. It is better rather not to put if you're not maintaining it, right? This is first point. Now, these water treatment plants come in different, it is fiber vessels. The vessel are made of fiber or the vessel are made of mild steel, right? Fiber vessels generally have two only up and down flow, only 2 laterals. If you see inside the cylinder, right? So these are fiber vessels. Inside this, there is one opening on the top, one opening at the bottom, right? The amount of resin which is used, which amount of material which we put inside does not get used fully for high flow system. So if you have a fiber system and your rate of flow, meaning water flow is 8 m³/h, then it is better not to put a fiber system. You should have a mild steel system. Right, now coming to mild steel system, there are different ways of designing it. So now, in the age of cost cutting, what they do is the apartment asks for a mild steel system. So builder ends up put a mild steel cylinder, but the valve arrangement, they put a fiber valve. So which is still the same as a fiber system, it doesn't add any value. So all these options you'll have to assess. If the builder is handing over the WTP to him, you should ask these questions. What are each of these cylinders? If it is silica, when was it last changed? If it is normal sand or aluminosilicate, when was it last changed? When was the last carbon filter changed? Because carbon again becomes fine, it will come out in your water. So when was the carbon changed? What is the iodine value of the carbon which is used? See, you get materials in any cost, right? Carbon filter, which is the second cylinder normally put, is decided based on iodine value. It has to be above 900 iodine value for incoming water. If it is 200, 300, or if it is reused from some other STP carbon, then it is all waste. You're treating your incoming water with bad quality material inside. It is even more problematic. So these points you'll have to remember. Sand filter is meant for turbidity and TSS reduction. It does filtration down to 50, 60 micron. Activated carbon, again, they put chlorine. I've seen apartments where, sir, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ smell ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ they go tell the plumber. Plumber takes 1 bag, half kg of chlorine, dumps it in the sump, takes a big stick and mixes it. So it is dangerous to do things like that because it has repercussions saying that chloramine, cancer-causing agents, can pass through. You cannot dump chemicals without having knowledge of what you put. The chlorine level has to be less than 1 ppm. You need dosing pump to properly put chlorine at the required quantity and then disinfect. Now, if you add chlorine at a higher value, you need a carbon filter after chlorine because carbon filter reduces chlorine from the water. Now, all of you have RO at your house. Now, if there is chlorine in the water, RO also gets affected. It will open up. Your TDS will slowly start increasing. So things like that has to be looked at in any WTP. Now, there are advanced treatment system which converts it to potable quality water, where only few apartments have the incoming treatment plants like this, very large systems. Now, coming to vessels, all the fiber mild steels vessels which you see in the, so these are kinds of valves which are generally used. If it is a low cost equipment, you will have fiber, it is not here. So you have fiber valves which is used, which has only one port. Your water goes on the top, comes from the bottom, it will go in a straight line and come back. No effective filtration will happen. If you have different kinds of flat, the second one which you see is a butterfly valve arrangement. So when the WTP is handed over, you'll have to know what kind of valves being used. You'll have to know whether it is automatable, meaning later now the builder is giving manual system, no one is able to maintain, later can you automate it? So we get calls saying that we want to automate our WTP, but when we go and see it is not possible to automate. You'll have to replace the whole system. So before taking over handover, you'll have to look at, understand your STP, and then decide whether it is, you can increase the capacity later or automate it later. So one big problem which I keep saying is you will have softener. Every apartment will have a cylinder which is a softener, and they have a tank to mix salt. Okay, salt is used to remove hardness. So incoming water has hardness called calcium carbonate. You recharge the system with salt, which is sodium carbonate, right? Now this salt quantity should be 20% of the resin quantity. If your builder has put say 1 ton, 1000 liters resin, you'll need 200 kgs of salt to maintain it. But most apartments, what they do, for the sake, they'll put 10 kg, 20 kg, 50 kg I put today, it's soft. If you do that, it will cause even bigger problem than even adding salt. It's better to have hard water rather than doing wrong things in the softener, right? So this is an important point. You'll have to notice what is the quantity of resin which is used in the softener, what is the amount of salt they are using, right? The thumb rule is for every 1 lakh liters of water which you take, if the hardness is 300 ppm, then you'll need 200 kgs of salt every 1 lakh liters. So it is up to the apartment association to decide what softness they need. Do they need very high soft water, or do they need 80 ppm softener? Do they need 150 ppm softener? They'll have to decide, and it is not random dumping of salt. It is all, we are working with chemicals, it will have other problems coming, right? Now coming to cost economics, so all these water treatment plants, generally what happens, builder hands it over, and until the association is formed, it's not touched. Builder is not worried, no one is worried, no one knows what is there. So when the builder puts, he has to get the OC, he has to show everything in line. He would have put everything, it would have gone bad by the time we take. So we should understand what is there in the system and then take the cost economics for sand filter, the media which they put multigrade sand, that needs to be generally changed once in 8 months. Or if the backwash is happening automatic every 8 hours backwash, then it can last up to a year. Now carbon filter, it's again the same. It depends on amount of chlorine coming in, what leaching happens. Carbon filter needs to be changed regularly. Softener generally lasts, resin lasts 3 years, 4 years, depends on how often we put salt and maintain it. And other multi-port walls needs greasing and standard service if it is a metal-based multi-port wall. Disinfection, this is important parameter you'll have to see. Don't dump chlorine, don't dump alum onto your sump, and because there is bacteria, you should not dump, you should calculate it, and based on the volume, only then you'll have to put chlorine and other contaminants. So all these needs to be budgeted in your cost, right? If most of the time there is no budget for WTP, there is Kaveri water meter running, they pay for the meter, there is no budget allocated for WTP. It is very important, we are consuming that water, we are using that water on daily basis. There has to be some budget which has to be kept for water. It is important aspect we'll have to look at. Now I had a case where I met a 75-year-old person in Basveshwar Nagar. He said, ನಾವು 50 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇದೇ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಏನೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೈಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. 2008 when we measured nitrate in Basveshwar Nagar in few areas, it was 40-35 ppm. Last year the nitrate was 380 ppm, right? ಅಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ನೈಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡದಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಪರ್ಕಷನ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ನಾವು ಮನೇಲಿ ಆರೋ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಅದೇ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಬೇಕು. ಸೊ we'll have to remove the contaminants which are new age contaminants. It might not have affected earlier, but this is necessary part. Only if we test the water, we'll know what is the contaminant. Without that, we won't know. I'll move faster. So as apartments, we buy our dream house in an apartment, and we want to stay there for long, and we want to either give it to the next generation or things like that. That's the decision normally when we buy an apartment. Now, to make the apartment sustainable, we'll have to look at water cost. This is done by PricewaterhouseCoopers. The water cost is drastically increasing over time. We don't have enough water to supply to everyone, so people start depending on borewell. Okay, government spends rupees 50,000 rupees per acre on surface water, whichever is flowing on the surface. The government spends 50,000 rupees per acre. Government currently doesn't spend any money to know the volume of water below the ground. We are taking water which dinosaurs have been drinking many million years ago. We are extracting at 1,000 feet below, 2,400 feet below. So we'll have to look at how are we going to manage the water cycle in our apartment. We'll have to look at it now, because until it comes here, we cannot wait. We'll have to look at it now. So these pricing are an eye-opener now. What should ideally be there? In the last session, one of the sir asked, how do we generate water, right? How do we generate water? How are other cities generating water? Israel has 74 rainfall. How are they generating water? One big difference is our country. We look at water from the level in the dam. So if you're getting Kaveri water, government decides, dam alli ist level ide, naan distribute ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇವತ್ತು. Dam level ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತು, I won't distribute, right? That is the way we look at. Our developed countries, how they look at is, ಈ ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. They start from there because that volume is more predictable. What is coming in is not predictable, it keeps varying. So this we are trying to change over the past 14 years. We have been going to Niti Aayog. In 2026, there's going to be a policy for direct potable and indirect potable reuse. So all these will come to the apartment in the next few years, so you'll have to become sustainable. So the only way we see forward is, you have an STP already, right? STP treated water is meant for 𝗀𝗃 norms. So currently whoever sets up STP, it is not with the intention of saving water. It's meeting tick mark for 𝗀𝗃. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರ, ನಂಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. That attitude has to change to reusing this STP treated water to as much application as possible. Now you can use STP treated water up to 20%. So if your apartment is generating 1 lakh liters, then you can use around 20,000-30,000 liters for your flushing and garden line. That is saves money if you're buying tankers, right? What is the next step you could do? We convert the remaining 80,000 liters to high quality water, supply to industry nearby, so you don't have excess STP water issue, and the industry doesn't exploit the borewell near you. So it is benefit for all. So this is achievable. Eventually in the next 10 years, we'll all, how many of you have been to Singapore? Oh, wonderful. Congratulations, you've all drank recycled water. So 3 days, if someone has stayed in Singapore, they would have drank recycled water, potable water. No one knows. We go there and drink. Here, eventually, what would happen is this STP excess 80% of water gets converted to potable quality water and reused in the entire cycle. There's one apartment in Bangalore who's doing that, TZ Homes. They're taking it to their sump, do ozonation, taking it. Huge saving in cost, 80% of tanker water need not be bought, but there is huge psychological barrier for people to adopt. 1 hour ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾನು ಫ್ಲೆಶಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಯೋಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತಾರೆ. So there is huge psychological barrier. This will change over time when it comes to the neck, but currently what we are trying to address as a city is, we want this water to be available for industries. So this is the eventual scenario. Currently, we are helping apartments set up this equipment. There is no investment for the apartment. Apartments don't spend, we know that. So we get investment for the apartment, convert it to high quality water. And if your apartment is having problem of excess water, and if you're also buying tanker water and you're not using water for flushing, we can help your apartment. There is no cost involved for the apartment. We'll get external investors and try to map this apartment to an industry where everyone in the cycle benefits. Okay, now apartment needs space. This is the prerequisites. I can take it further, I think, 3 more minutes. Now, it is important to understand water quality parameters, right? So, we all get your water tested. When builder handovers, you get your water tested, right? That report, they will say TDS 300 ide, 400 ide. They will say only one parameter. Builder, when they tell it during the handover discussion, they'll say TDS namdu bari 700 ide. So that is not the only parameter you will have to look at. You will have to look at all the other parameters, nitrate, chloride, things like that in the borewell water. Now when you do rainwater harvesting, you'll have to plan which borewell you'll have to dilute if you're redirecting to the borewell. So one of the project in Rohan Builders, they had one borewell which had iron of 1.6 ppm. Now over 6-7 months when the rainwater is diluted, that has come down to 0.3 ppm. So it is possible to improve your borewell water quality if you map your rainwater with that and dilute that water to dilute all the other contaminants. So government says 63% of all borewell water has E. coli and total coliforms. We'll have to be careful in using and understanding what water we are using. So these two are the important parameters. Now for builder side, it is important on chloride, sulfate and things like that. So they would have taken care during construction because it will affect the construction quality. But from apartment side, these parameters also have to be looked at, not just TDS. Okay. I will, it is fluoride 8, 9 is total alkalinity, 10 is sulfate, 11 is iron, nitrate, 13 is total coliforms, 14 is E. coli. E. coli. So, sir, any standard report, if you ask for portability test for 14 parameters, they'll give this report. But you'll have to see these parameters, understand what is the problem with the water, if there is a problem. Okay. Yeah, I'll finish. So the important mindset change, so I'll close with this. So when we were kids, right, when we see some kid playing in fountain, what we normally think, we see the happiness of the child and not worry about anything. Now what we do, we look at where is the water coming, who switched on the fountain. So that is the first, and 10 emails goes to the association president saying that where is the problem. So we should stop looking at water scarcity. Bangalore is a very resourceful city. Entire India is a resourceful city. We should start looking at water abundance. Your apartment itself has 1 lakh liters going out as waste. Your apartment itself has so many leakages. So you'll have to look at that mindset change from scarcity mindset to abundance mindset. Second thing, next thing is we have this culture of finding the thief inside the apartment, right? My neighbor is using more water, the other person is using more water. So there's a big fight going on inside in terms of finding the thief, in terms of who is using higher water, right? Instead of that, if we look at finding solution for the leakages in the apartment, finding a solution as a holistic for the apartment and not pointing fingers and individual will make that person penalized, this person penalized. Apartment associations, presidents, secretaries, you have a role to play in thinking broader and making the society sustainable. Our support, our help, our life is dedicated towards water. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take your suggestion and put up a good WTP, then I don't have to depend on Hema Malini, right? No RO required. Okay, thank you.
If the WTP is able to handle the contaminants, you don't need Hema Malini's equipment.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah, please pass on that.
All these various parameters that you spoke about, most of us do use borewell water or tanker water, or the fortunate ones also get the Kaveri water supply. How often do we monitor all these parameters, and are there any monitoring devices which can also sort of give us an idea of all these various parameters on potability?
Yeah. So to answer your first question, how often should we check the water? It is generally recommended 6 months. Previously it was yearly once, 2 years people used to check. Now the aquifer is fragmented so much that you don't know what you're getting. So it is recommended at least 6 months once. We check few apartments, make it mandatory to check every month. It costs hardly 1,500 to 2,000 rupees to test it. First point. Second point, are there sensors? As Aditya said, there are sensors for every parameter. Siemens has sensors for 1 BOD, which is 12.5 lakhs. So it is just the economics of testing using sensors, first problem. Second problem, these sensors are needs calibration. So the skill for people to go calibrate is not there. Siemens would charge 18 lakhs per annum as a maintenance calibration, where they send every week, they send people, all that. Not viable for apartments. But there are companies who are trying to bring some parameters where you can check. It is coming, but we don't know how long. Currently, cost of economics doesn't justify.
whenever as a part of the Resident Welfare Association, I take over, let's say the water treatment plant or the STP, will I be able to get the data to say on what basis the whole system has been designed? Is it not? Whatever you said now, the incoming water quality is what is dependent on for the design. So will a developer give that to me if I ask for?
Sir, ideally, developer has to give 6 months water report, recent 6 months water report, which they have tested. Second, they'll have to give the treatment plant and the purpose of designing that treatment plant. They'll have to give a feasibility report like they do for STP. They'll have to give a report for WTP why they have put that system. Third thing, most important thing is people don't ask. People don't ask these documents to the builder because they generally, 𝗀𝗶𝗰𝗂𝗀 comes for only STP. No one comes for WTP, right? So, right. Definitely, 𝗻𝗵𝗔 can definitely take care of this WTP parameters to check before taking over the WTP.
Yes, sir, your question. Sir, he has got a question.
This as STP, this water treatment plant is also compulsory for apartment?
Sir, it is not mandated by government, but builders, it's become a norm that any builder puts a WTP, otherwise they have a list of things which they meet as per RERA thing list. They have WTP also into this, but government doesn't mandate.
It doesn't mandate.
Because you don't need WTP if your water is good. If government says Kaveri water will have to put WTP, then it means that their Kaveri water is bad. So the government wouldn't enforce WTP. WTP is for the residents who decide that their water is bad. Whitefield area has high total dissolved salts. You can't do anything about it. Handover has iron, you'll have to put a water treatment plant. So different areas have different contamination, so it's up to the association to decide. But builder gives it as a part of the building generally, nowadays.
No, generally, as you said, this softener is part of the water treatment plant, total water treatment plant. Now our society, our association is going for softener. Now is it sufficient or I have to go for a whole water treatment plant?
So you'll have to see your water report and then decide whether even you need a softener or you need sand filter, you need iron filter, nitrate filter. It depends on the water report and you'll have to understand the report and then decide whether you need softener. It is not the problem with softener, it is maintaining the softener after you put.
What is the usually cost, per month or per year for softener managing?
Sir, if the hardness is 300, it's different cost. If the hardness is 600, it's different cost, double the cost. If the water
if the hardness is 300, what is the cost?
Generally, maintenance is salt, how much salt you put. So if it is 1 lakh per 1 lakh liters per day, then per day 200 kgs of salt. Each kg of salt is 7 rupees, 5 rupees per kg. So each day 1,500 rupees for 1 lakh liters per day, if they have to efficiently maintain.
Yes. Hi Vikas, thanks for the noble cause, what you are doing it. I have been to your presentations in 4 or 5 years back. At that time, our apartment was not equipped to go for that. At present, the STP water, the treated water, we are trading out around say around 50,000, 25 to 50,000 liter in a day, where we are after using it. So whereas I am looking for a solution to convert that water, which we can reuse for ourselves for like a potable water, or we can sell it off that water to any of the industries. So with respect to this, I look for the solutions.
Definitely, sir. We can do it. Solution is available. How much water the apartment buys back and how much you want to give it to industry, that needs to work out for economics, minimum economics to work. But solution is there. We can talk after this.
Thank you, Vikas.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the deeper insight on WTP. Sir, please. Ms. Varsha to hand over a memento to Vikas, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session on the WTP, sir. Next, we move on to Team 𝗻𝗵𝗔. I'd like to introduce Mr. Uday S Prakash, the CEO and co-founder of 𝗻𝗵𝗔 and Executive Director of A N Prakash Construction Project Management Consultant Private Limited. He is an IT industry veteran and is currently making a splash in the quality in construction field. He has extensive insight gained on the job while growing a knowledge-based organization with extensive interest in processing, quality, and efficiency. Uday has developed a spreadhead the company's growth by introducing electric, innovative, and strategic operations. 𝗻𝗲𝗇 offers the complete package for quality in construction across the whole chain, not only home buyers and resident welfare associations, but also third-party quality audits for builders during any point in construction life cycle of a building. He is a bachelor degree in chemical engineering, a dual masters of science degree in mechanical engineering and computer science. He has completed the management program on entrepreneurs and family business from Indian Institute of Management, IIM Bangalore, after which out of sheer interest, he has completed a course in advanced corporate finance. From Indian Institute of Management, IIM Ahmedabad, he is a multi-domain professional with a varied educational background with multicultural experiences in the US, Europe, and India. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. I'll just wait for Mr. Suresha also, so then I can start.
I would like to introduce Mr. R. Suresha. He is a Bachelor of Engineering with first class distinction from BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, and he did his MBA later. He has a total of 36 plus years of experience, started his career with industrial projects, and later executed all types of infrastructure projects like dams, canals, bridges, roads, aqueducts, and tunnels. Later moved on to execution of residential and commercial buildings, dealing with planning, contracts, execution, and project management. Worked at A N Prakash Construction Project Management Consultants as General Manager, handling both residential and commercial building projects. Presently, he is the COO of 𝗻𝗲𝗇, handling construction project, pre-delivery inspections, and also head of School of Construction Management Excellence, who train engineers, students, as well as working professionals. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to Sneha, Aditya, Vikas, and Aashika for bringing up to speed as to what we generally do on an overall, platform. So 𝗻𝗲𝗇, for those who don't speak Kannada or Tamil, means peace of mind. That's what we are trying to give all our customers, and that's what we want to do. So as a part of the process, as they all spoke, we want to make sure that as a resident welfare association management committee member or even a resident, you're getting what you were promised. So what we do is we try to tell you it is useful for you to get an audit because it's, yes, all of us go to a builder because we trust them, but it's always good to verify what you've been given. There's nothing wrong in trusting, but verifying what you're given, right? So what does this audit entail? It encompasses a huge array of things that we do. Let's start with MEP quality audit. Now, MEP stands for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So we look at the quality of the deliverable that has been given to you in that particular sector. So here you have an STP that looks wonderful. Mr. Aditya Rao would be, cringing looking at this. So this is something that you want to avoid. So what we do is we come, we take a look, and we do an audit to see whether it's working or not. This, Vikas Brahmawar will feel this is, again, something that is not functioning the way it's supposed to function. So as a 𝗻𝗲𝗇, as a team comes and performs an audit to make sure not only is it functioning the way it's supposed to, but also has been installed properly. So this is where your MEP design audit comes into play. What we do is we come, we ask for specifics to your apartment complex, the number of units that are there, the area, and then we ourselves do a check by designing it in the back to see what's been provided makes sense or not, right? So if you have 2 towers that are built today, but the builder has got plans to make 12 towers in total, but you have an STP plant that's been provided, does that particular STP at 100% occupancy, when all the 12 towers are built, does it suffice? Today, yes, because you have only 2 towers. What happens when there are all the 12 towers functioning? Will that be able to handle it? That will give us a design audit will give us an example. Same thing goes for your DG sets, right? Today, again, if you have only a few occupants, but tomorrow when the occupancy goes up and your diversity factor is higher, then what happens? We also look for your civil workmanship, whether things have been built properly, whether there are cracks, whether there is seepage, whether your building is sinking and there's been a crack. You could have things like this. So we also look at all of this and give you a root cause analysis to understand that what you've taken over is actually healthy. Because, as somebody else pointed out already, the builder is responsible for 5 years for quality of the building from whence you take over, but minus wear and tear. You have all the rights to ask the builder to make repairs to all of this before you move in, so that you don't have to pay the costs for this. Documentation. We were talking about documents, right? You have documents that are legal documents, you have documents pertaining to your WTP, your STP, all of these things. So we give you a document audit where we check thoroughly, not only whether the documents that you're supposed to get are there, are present, but also we look at the efficacy of the documents, right? Just because somebody says the document is there, does it actually mean or does it actually cover what it says it does, right? So we do a documentation audit. So it's a very in-detailed audit. We also look at AMCs. A lot of people come to us and say, look, there is an elevator, there is a DG set, everything, and there is a company that provides the AMC for it. That's true. There is an organization that provides the AMC. But how many of us, as the management committee members, one, understand what the AMC organization is doing, 2, has the time to go and see what they're doing. We have a lot of people where they have check marks or all of this, but you go and see nothing is maintained, right? So what we do is we get in conversation with the AMC provider, with these people, and talk to them and understand whether the AMC is actually being done properly or not. So this is something also we do. To give you an example of the audit, when we completed and we found, what we've done is we have brought it to a common denominator of an apartment with 500 units. So we have some places where there are 50 units, some places where there are 2,000, 2,500 units. So we've brought all of those data points to a common denominator of 500 units. What we see is there are about 1,300 problems related to MEP and more than 3,300 points that are related to civil, right? So this is a vast problem and it is pervasive. So this is something that you will help you take over, but you may say, okay, what happens after this? It will give you an understanding of the status of your apartment. You will know what is your potential cost that you may need to incur. You will also be able to talk to the builder in a meaningful way and say, please take care of these issues, which we have found by a third party. What I would like to do is now invite Mr. Suresha to take you through some of the interesting problems that we found and the consequences of these problems if they were not identified beforehand. And also towards the end, he will take you through good practices, right? We only don't want to point out things that are poor, but also good practices. So you understand that there are apartment complexes in Bangalore who follow good practices. So you can't say that, no, nobody will do this. No, we will show you how a really good apartment also looks. Mr. Suresh.
Thank you, Uday. So as he was telling, I'll just take you through some of the interesting points what we found out when we were doing audit. This is a scene from a STP where ventilation system is not working because many people don't go inside and check. So they will not be observing that. There's consequences of ventilation system was not working. Mr. Aditya has already told you about. And this is another where they had provided for a softener. Everybody thought that things are working fine. But what we found out was the softener was bypassed. So which you will know only after a close examination. They think they have, but it is not working. Rather, it is there, it is bypassed. And this is a case of a flushing transfer pump. There are 3 pumps, but only one was working. They look shiny and things like they're in a
fit condition. But when we checked up in detail, the variable frequency drive, that the VFD was not functioning and only one pump was functional. And this is a very classic case where they have connected these pipes to the WTP, but there is something called as a Y strainer. A strainer prevents all the particles which go and clog the pump. That was not provided for. So that a small component not being provided will end up in a very costly repair later because the pumps get fouled up very badly. And this is a classic case of total negligence, you can call. In any firefighting system, the first pump that kicks in, moment you open a valve for operating the fire system or one of the bulbs burst and they start sprinkles, So that time the pressure goes down. The moment the pressure goes down, automatically there is, the first pump is called a jockey pump. Jockey pump comes on way and then starts pumping water. And here, if you look at carefully, it's been kept in a manual mode. Nobody knows who will go and check in time of fire whether it is always supposed to be in auto mode. People feel it convenient because it sets up some alarm or something is leaking somewhere. It starts off to avoid all these things. They keep it in manual mode. Nobody checks all these things. When we go in depth and check all this, we find some interesting things like this. So this is a classic case of total negligence. Firefighting pump, if you look at the whole thing, it's rusted very badly. And in case of fire, it will definitely not work. And here is a case where it's inside the hose cabinet and everything is neatly done and covered up. When we open for checking, we find that water wheel, the wheel to open the water itself is missing. So God forbid, in case of the fire, how to open the water. And here, it's very difficult to notice. If you look at this, there are 3 strips running parallelly. There are earthing strips which conduct the earthing current, especially from lightning arrest and all that, to the earth, and the strips are supposed to be welded properly. If you look at the joints where they have been done, they have done what is known as a tack welding. Tack welding is only just to hold in place. They don't allow you to conduct the huge amount of the current which passes through in case of earthing requirement. So it's very bad workmanship. This is a case of a genset where the sensor system is not working properly. Only when you go inside and observe in depth, you will know that the sensor is required when the power trips or the electricity board power is tripped. So this sensor should sense and it should kickstart the genset. So that's not happening here. And this particular system, there is one more problem here. What is happening is there are 3 gensets in this particular system, and one of them is working under capacity. So imagine 3 people carrying a pole with a particular load, and one fellow is short. Instead of he carrying the load, he will be actually hanging on to the load. So this genset was drawing power from the system instead of pumping out the power. So this genset was working like a prime mover, like a motor. Instead of a generator, it was working as a motor. That's indicated below. There is a reverse power indicator. So this will not notice unless we go in depth and see this. And this is another peculiar thing. It reads relax. Auto rescuer is on. So this is a photograph taken inside a lift when the power goes off. And actually there is a sound system which announces this. That was not working. I don't know how people can relax when the power goes on in the lift. So these are some of the interesting things. And one more thing is, this is a classic case of negligence where there is a bar that has to be provided where it goes across the width of the door. In case of any fire and the smoke is filled in the staircase, the people, when they're rushing out, they need not search for the handle to open the door. There is what is known as a grab bar. If they just push it, you would have seen in many hospitals and others, it will open up the door. That particular thing has been removed. This is a classic case of total negligence. If you open the control panel of the lift, so this is how the wiring was inside. God forbid, in case of an emergency, how to trace out the wire where it is done. So when we go inside and keep checking, we find out all these things. This is a sewage flowing directly into an open drain. Aditya talked many times about it. So unless we go and check, this is a small pipe here. Nobody notices it's going to open drain. which is a stormwater drain. It's an, I think he didn't mention, it's a criminal offense as per IPC 277 and 278, punishable with imprisonment. And for the de facto owners of the building, and in later stage it is the apartment association who are the de facto owners of these. This is another case of water leaking in the basement. See, the people think that this water leaking in basement is quite common, nothing happens, only except for staining the cars which are parked below. That is not the case. When the water leaks into a concrete structure, it will start corroding the reinforcement rods inside. When the iron corrodes, the product is iron oxide, which is higher in volume, and that volume can only be compensated by pushing the concrete off. That is what has happened here. We call it as spalling, which pushes the concrete out and the iron gets exposed. And moment it does, it sets in a vicious cycle of further corrosion and further weakening. And the building life comes down very drastically, but it may not be noticeable in the beginning. So if you neglect gradually, once the cycle sets in, the building life comes down in an exponential manner. So these are the examples of bad things what we've seen, and we also thought we should show you some of the good practices. Some people have been maintaining that. We thought we'll just take you through. This is a scene from a fire pump room. If you look at that, very neatly maintained, and even the painting is done. There is a proper cable support on the extreme right, and everything has been done very neatly and maintained well. This is another case of a very well done piping work in a basement, and all the pipes have been very well suspended, very well supported, and even the marking is done. The flow directions have been marked properly. So that's very important. In case of maintenance, a person goes there, he doesn't know whether it's a sewage pipeline, it's a freshwater pipeline, or even a fire pump. The red one is a fire hydrant pipes. So all these things have been marked well, maintained well. This is the scene from a water treatment plant we have been talking about. So look at the neatness they have done. My colleague Divya couldn't resist clicking so many photographs. So everything has been very well maintained. Let it be the valves, let it be the signage, the water direction. Look at the flooring at the bottom. You can see the reflection. Looks like a marble floor. And this is another scene from a sewage treatment plant, very well maintained. Hardly like Aditya was offering breakfast and lunch there. This is possible here. So this is a case of an expansion joint, well maintained on a podium. Most of the places where we visit, these expansion joints are a real pain, because not only it leaks in water and it opens up sometimes, and all that the dark colored water keeps coming in, and it's a mess. So this has been done very well, and they even covered with a proper aluminum plate on the top without corrosion. This is a very good example of how an expansion joint should be maintained in a podium. So with this, we come to end of the pictures. I'll go to Uday.
Thank you. Just take you through a few projects that we've completed to give you an idea of the types of builders and projects that we've attended. We not only look at small, but also large ones. For example, Prestige Falcon City has got over 2,500 units. We have Brigade Buena Vista, Prestige Garden Bay, Peninsula Heights, which again is a high-end project, Purva Palm Beach, Club Meadows in Lake Veranda is House of Hiranandani, Assets Lumos, Tree by Providence, GR Heights are all slightly smaller. And this is the management team. We have Mr. Prakash, who's our chairman, Mr. Suresh, and myself. Yeah, so happy to answer any questions if you may have. And yeah, thank you.
Hello. Well, I appreciate the broad presentation which gives in detail about the activities. I want a ballpark figure for what would be your cost, because we are in the process of taking over from the builder. So we would like to know, I don't want the specifics because it may vary from project to project, but I would like to have a ballpark figure so that I can discuss internally and come back. So like for taking over from it is an apartment with 200 flats. Maybe over 20-25 flats are yet to be sold. Which is still the builder, but otherwise 175 flats are sold. Maybe 150 flats are occupied. So what would be the ballpark figure I want to know for helping us not only in taking over, and maybe if you guys can do the maintenance also subsequently. Whether you guys do it, I don't know. I like an answer on that also.
I'll go from the back to front. We don't do maintenance. We are only an engineering consulting firm. For us to give you a ballpark figure, even a ballpark figure in terms of what it may cost to provide this audit for you, we need to understand a couple of things. We need to know whether you're interested in a design audit. We need to know whether you're interested in a documentation audit. We want to know whether you want to also have a legal audit. We want to know the size of your property, apartments you've told, how many DG sets are there, how many elevators are there, etc. So for me to give you right now will be very difficult. If you give us a basic RFI we can have you fill out, give us a day, we can come back to you with a precise number rather than give you, because depending on the common area size, depending on whether you're, you have, say, a swimming pool, whether a lot of things change the cost, right?
Yeah, we would like to have the comprehensive audit comprising everything.
Fine, it won't make sense. I'll request Divya to please, your name, sir?
I am Sundar. I am president of the Magnifica Apartments Owners Association.
Okay, maybe I wasn't holding the mic right. You mentioned during the presentation that builders will be responsible for a period of 5 years after handing over the building to the association.
After you take over. After the apartment is taken over. That's what you meant. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is that legally
It is legal. It's part of RERA.
As per the law. So, does it also mention about, what has been the time period that has lapsed from the time of construction? Or is it from the time of construction till this?
It's from occupancy, right? Date of possession. Date of possession.
The date of possession of?
Date of possession of your
by
apartment
the
is for one, and
Welfare
then
Association.
date of possession of the apartment for the apartment, and then there's also for the second one is for the Resident Welfare Association when they take over. Exactly.
No, our question is, say the building is already 6 years old. The first person who occupied 6 years back. There are still about 20 flats which are not sold.
It also depends on the Resident Welfare Association, whether that's been formed, and then you are taking
Residents
over.
Welfare Association was formed within the first year.
Then
Okay. The Residents Welfare Association hasn't taken over the property. It is
you
still
will
with the
probably
builder
need to
because
talk
about
to
20,
Sneha
25
regarding
flats
the
are
legal aspects of it, so I will leave that.
Occupancy certificate was received after 4 years, I think, or after 2 years, sir. So from the date of occupancy certificate, 5 years. Okay, thank you.
So they were very wonderful and insightful presentation.
Thank you.
What I would like to know is, one, these audits are conducted both at the association level for common areas as well as for individual homes. Is that also, basically defining what category of service you offer. So individual homeowner as well as the association, that is the first question. And second, based on various types of audits, is there a general duration, or how much time does it take to conclude an audit at an individual apartment level as well as the overall association level based on size, whatever are your standard benchmark kind of things. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we also conduct what Vidya mentioned is a home inspection. So home inspection is within the 4 walls of your private property. So that is what is home inspection, which is taken by an individual homeowner. So if I was to buy an apartment and I would reach out to Mr. Suresh and team and say, please check for what has been promised to me vis-a-vis what I have got. It would include a wide array of different things, including their area, including dampness audit, etc. Right? That takes on average 4 to 4.5 hours for a 2,000 square foot apartment. If the apartment size increases, the time also increases because it's a function of our engineer performing the audit on site. That is your home inspection and the duration of that. If it is outside the 4 walls, so any common area, so that will be your corridors, your steps, your roof, your gym, your swimming pool, all of that, your DG set, your rainwater harvesting, All of that comes under the Resident Welfare Association Handover Takeover audit. On average, that takes starts at around 6 weeks and can go on till 4-5 months if the apartment is a larger apartment. For example, when PFC took us 4.5 months. It's a long project. Right? Thank you. There is another gentleman there, and then to you. Sorry, this gentleman has been asking for a while. Thank you.
I come from Elegant Whispering Winds apartment, which is in Kanakpura Main Road. So my question is like getting audit, getting insights, getting to know the loose ends of the society. It's all a great thing. But how do we drive the action points? Do you help us drive the action points with the builder? Like how do we take it up further and close all the loose ends and audit gaps?
When you say drive the action points, you mean get the work done? I'll tell you what we do.
For example, you showed like STP, there are like some of the STPs were malfunctioning and you mentioned that in the audit report. So post giving the audit report, like since we don't have an association, how do I take it up with the builder? Will 𝗵𝗔𝗇 help me drive those things, or how do we approach?
I will start and then I'll hand over to Mr. Suresh. We are a third-party audit company as an organization. So we will not deal directly with the builder. That would then negate the whole third-party aspect of it. What we will do is we will educate you as to what needs to be done. The report that you get is the visual annotated report based on the National Building Code and Bureau of Indian Standards. So there is something that they have to follow. And whatever we give you will have an explanation behind it. We will also come and explain the findings to the ad hoc management committee if you don't have a management committee, because there has to be a body corporate. There has to be somebody to take. You can't have 2,000 people come and talk to us, right? So you have somebody who's managing this.
We have ad hoc team.
There you go. So the ad hoc committee will be there, and then we'll be able to present to them, and then you can take that to the builder. If the builder has any questions after going through the report, we'll be happy to answer those questions in a technical manner, but in your presence. That way there is a clarity, you understand what's happening, and the builder also has an understanding of what's happening.
Okay, great. Just to add, just in case if the builder does not comply with the report and if he does not agree to take it forward, do we have a legal recourse taking this audit report further?
Yeah, definitely, yes. That means there is a dispute.
Yeah.
You say something, it doesn't agree, there is a dispute, and then there are lawyers to help you out with this.
Okay.
So it can be done.
Great. Thank
you. To answer your first question, if the association is not formed, there are two ways. One is you have to form it immediately. If not, you can have an ad hoc committee which will be recognized by the builder. There are cases which was powerful enough to bring the CEO of the developer to the negotiating table, in which we were called. So that is the strength of the unity.
So this is a situation which associations and owners find themselves in, and this is what creates all this problems. So I don't know what the solution is. I just thought I'll mention it because you said that you
understand the comment, but unfortunately, unless people gather and force them, and how powerful you are as an association doesn't work. We have seen in cases where 75 people, they hired a bus and went to the developer. They made them listen to them. So without that, the things don't work. One or two people shouting will not work.
Yeah. So one point. Yes, it is an unfortunate situation. There has to be some nucleation point. You need to start the process somewhere. Either you start talking and have an ad hoc committee, and then we start, so that the builder then knows that we are serious about what we're doing, right? And then you start proceeding.
The people who spoke before you, are they basically, you formed a consortium of some thing, or we'll have to talk to them directly, separately, or how is it?
No, if you were to take the audit, the RWA audit, then we will be doing the audit.
Okay.
And then we will give you the report. And if there is anything that needs to be done, if you want, then you can speak to them. So there, as a third party, there is no consortium of sorts. We have our own engineers on our own roles.
Okay.
We've brought professionals here to the table so that you understand that there is these various things that you need to be aware of.
Okay, but these people will not be working on the projects.
No, we will be working on the project in terms of the audit.
Okay.
If there is something that needs to be rectified, if there is something that needs to be corrected,
Okay.
then you're welcome to reach out to any of them to get those things done.
But you will take it upon a turnkey basis, basically. All the audits included.
We will only do the audit.
Okay.
We will not do the rectification part after the audit.
Okay, fine. Thank
Here,
you.
I would like to add one more thing here. See, what we do is a cursory audit. See, STP, there are certain parameters which need to be looked at. We bring that to your notice as an association. If you want to go in depth, then definitely Aditya will come in place. So he has to go in depth, and then any rectification, other things, they can take it forward. Similarly with WTP, or even legal, certain things what I told is part of the legal, then after that the lawyers will take over and they will suggest you what is the best. See, structural stability check, there are two things. So when I'm talking in a civil engineering aspect, structure is all that columns, slabs and foundation, the strength and other part. So that is not in this scope of this. What we do is the workmanship quality audit. That in doing this workmanship quality audit, if we notice any symptoms of structural instability or anything that requires further in-depth analysis, definitely that will be brought to the notice of the association. They can take it up. That's a very rare case, but still that could happen in certain peripheral areas like a compound or some external rooms. Such things we have noticed, we definitely bring to your notice.
The owner side or the association side or ad hoc committee side, will you be part of that for taking over?
I'll come to that. See, what we do is an audit and give a report to the association. So we will not be interacting with the builder.
No,
so
I'm
taking
not.
our team, many times they say, you talk to them, you get that, you get this. No, they will not respond to us, neither we will do it. You have to have an estate manager who takes care of your interest and who will hand over all these things.
See, estate manager has got a certain level of expertise. So what these owners do is they hire estate manager to manage the property. Similarly, they want an expert to see that what is being handed over is as per. What audit is later on, but when taking over also, when they are giving the documents, is the meeting the requirements as per the documents being given.
As a part of the audit, documents that you specifically said, when you engage us for the audit, we will give you 2 lists of documents that you need to share with your builder. Now that builder will then hand it over to you, either a representative from your management committee or your estate manager. Hopefully the estate manager is being paid by you and not by the builder. If he's paid by you, it's very good. If he's paid by the builder, you may want to think about it. Then if you have the management committee, there is a representative, you will take over the documents as is. We will come and audit and tell you whether all the documents have been provided to you or not in that kind of a grid that I showed you earlier. Once that is done, you can go back as and when this audit happens and tell them, this is missing, this is there, could you please give it to us? Then they will give us a second tranche, a third tranche, then we will continue to do it, right? Okay. So that's the handover process.
Got it, thank you.
And also, I want to mention, after the audit has been completed and you have the report and it goes back to the builder makes changes, has made the corrections. If you engage us, we will come back to you to provide the de-snagging. That is, if we've identified problems and then the builder has said, yes, we've made corrections to the problems, we will come back and check whether they have been rectified, partially rectified or not rectified, so that you understand whether the whole cycle has been completed or not.
You have been in this business for how long?
In the business of what, sir?
Auditing and what are you doing?
May I know the reason for that question?
Okay, I'll ask you one.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll give a reason for that. Did you find an ideal builder?
Let me ask you this question. Have you thought there's an ideal builder?
No, you are doing audit, so you should be at least one ideal builder you will find.
If there is an ideal builder or if there's an ideal situation, would any consultant have a business to run?
Now the super built up area, there is no transparency in that. the calculation is also not given by the either the architect or the builder. Now, how do you assess this super built-up area?
Today, super built-up area is not something that is spoken of at all because
Carpet.
RERA has defined carpet area. Carpet area is all that we talk about. So we don't talk about super built-up area, saleable area, all of that stuff. We only go by carpet area within the apartment complex, within the four walls of the apartment. Thank you very much.
There is one more thing we would like to add. We not only inspect the brand new apartment complex which are about to be handed over, we also conduct audit for the older apartments also we have been doing. There are many requests just to get something like a health checkup. We do that also, say maybe about 5 years later or 10 years down the lane, just to see how things are there and what are the rectifications that needs to be done as a maintenance basis.
Do you do any audit on rainwater harvesting?
Yes, we do cover that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any plans to audit residential layouts?
What would you like to audit in a residential layout, sir?
For example, there is a scenario like a developer has completed 2 phases of residential layout and left out other portions.
I think we'll talk about that after this to get a little more specific so it doesn't address everybody else.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you had a fantastic lunch. Then we'll move on to our next session of the second part of this seminar. It is the panel discussion. I welcome Ms. Aarti Mane. She is a market reader who loves to run and write. She has been actively involved in issues that affect citizens, including apartment management, waste management, and lakes. Apart from her professional work as a market researcher, she is a community anchor with Citizen Matters. I welcome you, ma'am. She is the moderator of this panel discussion. The next panelist is Mr. Satish Mallya, a professional with 3 decades of varied experience in industrial sector with multinational companies, entrepreneur since 2014 in weighing and measuring automation business. By education, an engineer with management degree, presently governing council member and joint secretary at Bangalore Apartment Federation, working with its members to focus on technical advisory for apartment community. I welcome you, sir. Aditya, sir, you're also welcome for the panel discussion. Sneha, ma'am, please welcome. Suresha, you're also welcome for the discussion, sir. Then we have Mr. Roy, who's got about 40 years of experience on projects, including execution, project coordination, quantity surveying, and preparation of construction drawings. Sir, I welcome you. Vikas, sir, welcome back. I request Aarti ma'am to conduct the panel discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you all have had a satisfying lunch, and the only thing is don't go to sleep. I hope we are able to keep you awake. Yeah, so we will be taking your questions related to STP, WTP, legal, handover takeover, and anything related to apartments. Among all of us, it's only Mr. Satish Malya from BAF, whom you haven't heard as an organization. So we'll start with him. He will just give you a small background about BAF and what they do.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, just briefly talk about BAF. BAF is Bangalore Apartment Federation. We are a federation of apartment management committees. In the sense, so we have about 1,200 apartments committee as our members. We help them on various aspects. So how we work is that we have about 25 clusters. Each cluster will manage about 50 or 60 management committees. Help them on various aspects like legal or government interaction of some issues. So I am come from the technical advisory groups. So where I interact with maybe weekly basis with the BESCOM, Pollution Control Board, BBMP, and other government agencies who have interaction with our apartments, some issues and some other things. So I help my member community in apartment to overcome their difficulties or escalate some issues, and on policy matters, reach out to GOK and other things. So we have a 3-member team in advisory role. We 3 people will manage all these 1,200 on technical aspects. So I'm here to take questions from you on technical aspect. Anything on other things we can also try to answer during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. So, you know, when an apartment is being handed over and the association or the group of owners is taking it over, one of the important aspects is that that apartment is actually legally occupiable. And we find that there are a lot of apartments which are occupied where the association already has taken over, but those apartments, you may find, don't have an occupancy certificate. In such a situation, is it wise for an association to take over without an occupancy certificate being there? And if they're forced to do that, what is actually the best way that they can do it? The first question we throw to Sneha.
Thank you, Aarti. No, to answer that straight off, no, I wouldn't advise anybody to take handover without an OC. In fact, today, you should not even occupy your apartment or even register the sale deed for that matter without the OC. So it's very important that the builder gets the OC. You can, even if you have an agreement to sell in your name, if the OC is not obtained, you have various forums, be it RERA, be it consumer, be it civil court, you know, depending on what result you want and which is the fastest. We can even take a call in terms of where to approach, but in simple terms, no, please don't take handover, or for that matter, don't even occupy your flats and register the sale deed without an OC.
We'll throw it open for questions because everybody's already heard what Vikas does, what Aditya does, and what 𝗻𝗻𝗇 is doing. So we have one request. Try to keep your questions a little crisp because we've got approximately 45 minutes for this discussion. I think Sneha is going to be fairly busy because a lot of the questions are legal questions. So the question is, what is the process of registration of a property? What should be the sequence? Like the OC, Kata, sale deed, what is the hierarchy in which apartment owners need to look out for documents? And for an apartment, when they look at an OC which the builder gives them, what do they need to check out and watch out for? Because OCs could be issued on the condition that certain things are fulfilled. Those are called conditional OCs. So what do apartments need to look out for?
So those are two sets. I'll answer the first one in terms of what is the hierarchy. Let me start. When you come to, I mean, if it's apartments, first your individual flats are also important. Then comes handover of the common areas. So generally, once you book an apartment, the first thing you do is enter into an agreement to sell. Now, once you enter into an agreement to sell, the construction starts, the building comes up, all that happens. Now, ideally, no document should be signed, nothing should be signed until you get an OC. So after agreement to sell comes the OC. And once the OC is procured, the next thing that happens is the sale deed for individual apartments. Like I mentioned, in most cases, sale deeds, in the sale deeds itself, UDS for the entire extent of land, including common areas, is usually given at that point itself. Right? So once the sale deed is registered, the next step, in fact, I would say, as of today, KOA is still the prevalent law under which you register an association, right? So before you register a sale deed, ensure that your builder has already made this deed of declaration and bylaws and it's a registered document. Because KOA unfortunately requires signature of every single apartment owner to form, or to sign or execute and register this DOD. So it is a very cumbersome process after you do a handover and then you want to register under KOA. So typically agreement to sell, then you need to ensure your DOD and bylaws are registered, and then OC, and then comes your sale deed. After sale deed, khata. Now khata in terms of apartment, what happens is the khata for the entire extent of land will be in the name of the builder or the landowner or joint khata, whatever that is. Thereafter, once an association is formed, this khata needs to be bifurcated. So if it is, let's say, 1 acre of land, the khata is for this 1 acre of land, and there are, say, 100 apartments that are constructed, this khata will be bifurcated into 100 different khatas. So then khata will, unless this bifurcation order comes, you will not get a khata in your independent flat. So the bifurcation becomes important to get the khata. So I think and then comes, of course, the handover of the common areas to the association. I think that I've already taken you through. So that is the general hierarchy.
Can I have a follow-up question on that?
OC, what to check in an OC? See, all OCs come with conditions. Now the OC is given based on the fact that all these portions of the building are complete. And let's say that tomorrow there's a deviation. Let's say you've gotten the OC and then you suddenly decide to break some structure in your apartment. Then OC can be withdrawn because it's not as per the sanction. Or let's say you've constructed something and then you start putting up additional construction to an already constructed, and that again becomes violation of the sanction plan, then your OC can be withdrawn. So when an OC is given, they will give you saying that, okay, you're fire compliant, you're X compliant, you're Y compliant, these are all, we have come and checked, you've been compliant and therefore OC is given. The minute you become, the one of the conditions given there, you become incompliant or you don't comply with it, or you've deviated, you've omitted, then of course OC can be withdrawn. And if builder is committed that, then of course you can always take action against the builder regarding the same.
I got 2 follow-up questions on that.
Should be the sale deed, should be replica of sale agreement, or can it be independent?
No, they are different documents, sir. Under the sale agreement, generally you don't get possession. Under the sale deed, you get possession. They are different documents altogether. There is no replica.
Mostly sale deed comes from sale agreement. All those.
Sale agreement is a promise to give you the apartment. Sale deed is a confirmation deed giving you the apartment. It's a title document. It's a conveyance deed.
So it does not have to be replica of sale agreement at all.
I don't know what the word replica means, but they're different documents.
They're different documents.
They're different.
Thank you.
If I can just clarify, it will have similar sort of information also.
That is the question you were asking.
It will have. You need to ensure that those small pieces of information about like the extent of area and it was owned by this person and handed over to this person. I mean that whole sequence of events, yeah. So all of that will be replicated if I use the word you're using, but the documents are 2 separate documents.
Yeah, two follow-up questions. One is you mentioned about the registration of a property before getting the OC. See, what normally happens is, if you have the OC in place, when you go to book a flat, you don't have to pay GST. But when you don't have the OC in place, you have to pay GST. So there is a big difference in that. So how do we circumvent that?
Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm going to talk like a lawyer here, right? I'm not here to save tax for anybody. But if I have to legally answer that question, I would say, please don't take possession. Don't take sale deed without the OC.
Okay. Yes. No, this was an issue when we went to buy the flat, and luckily we had the OC. The second one is, see, the OC normally contains the entire built-up area along with the common area, correct? What happens if some of the common areas are not mentioned in the OC, but it has been mentioned in our registered sale deed? Like, for instance, swimming pool, multi-purpose hall, gym, children's play area, these do not reflect in the OC. But in the sale deed of individual apartment owners, it has been mentioned very clearly that's with the super built-up area.
What you need to look at specifically in the AC is your entire built-up area. If that area is covered, you don't need details of swimming pool, clubhouse, all that need not be specifically written, sir. Okay. The area is covered, it's more or less, I think, so because sometimes, see, most OCs that I've seen have common area, basement. You know, very generic. They don't go into details.
They have put the common pathway, you know, the lift area and all those things they have put, but they have not mentioned the swimming pool.
You should then check with your builder to get a clarification on that.
So it's nothing wrong if it's not mentioned there and it's there in your sale deed.
No. Sanction plan will show 100%. Some OCs don't capture every single item.
No, in the DOD, I think when you register, you will be mentioning the amenities, right? So that is enough for you, right? No, the question was, in the OC it is not mentioned. I think normally they won't mention. They won't mention because your entire area is captured there. Okay, the sanction plan is totally different. Now, for you as an individual home buyer, you have a DOD, right? In that amenities mentioned. So it is covered for, you are legally bound to this thing, right? So there is no issue.
𝗦𝗧𝗣, do you all match the OC conditions to the actual facilities available in the apartment? This, I'm sure, is a question people.
Yeah, whenever we do the audit, we check the sanction plan, whether things have been executed as per sanction plan. Many times we do notice the deviations, we do bring it up, and it is up for the association to take it up. Somebody said the swimming pool is not mentioned. I have seen many sanction plans, the swimming pool is mentioned. So it is not that it is not mentioned, it is also mentioned. And the question was what is there in the OC but not in the sale deed. I think the sale deed is ultimate thing what covers. So that is it. We do check all these things and bring up the deviations. Hope it answers.
More than 90% of the apartments are occupied without OC. So
where did you get that figure from?
Majority of the apartments do not have OC and we have occupied. Now we are not in a position to vacate the house also. So what precautions we have to take to safeguard the residents? Because that was the practice in the entire Bangalore before RERA came, you know. After RERA came into existence.
That you'll have to look at on a case-by-case basis, I think.
Some precautions.
You can get in touch with Sneha.
Because
to see what you can
also
do.
we are not getting. Under Akrama case, it is also pending.
Yeah.
Hello, madam. Ours is a big complex, 85 acre, and the STP and treatment, WTP, etc. shared by 2, 3, 4 buildings. So how do we handle this? 3, 4 complexes.
3, 4 complexes, sir, or 3, 4 towers?
No, 3, 4 complexes.
So it is 3, 4 different apartment associations.
See, our is Irene 3 towers. Then there is Serene, Belvedere, and so many. All are discharging in a common STP.
So the easiest way would be to look at what it costs you to keep that STP running, in terms of electricity, in terms of manpower, in terms of consumables, so on and so forth, and divide the cost equally amongst everyone. The builder would have clearly mentioned in whatever document, I'm not a legal person, but I've seen a lot of cases amongst apartments and RWAs where they've built the STP in phase 1 and then phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, or they name it differently and they're different associations. So one practice, okay, it is a common asset of everyone. It is a piece of infrastructure, right? So everyone owns it.
One thing is in our apartment complex, there is phase 1 and phase 2. Okay, before the phase 1 started somewhere around 2021 early. Okay, and OC was obtained for phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2 was not yet ready. It was started occupying later. Is it not a violation? Because phase 2 also is given OC. Because only 6 towers were ready, total 12 towers. For the second phase also they have given the OC in the beginning itself. That's what the...
You're speaking about the OC, is it?
OC only. I am sticking to the OC.
Yeah, they give provisional partial OCs are...
No, it is a full OC. It is the only one OC which our apartment complex got it.
Okay,
Prestige
so
Lake
what
Ridge
is your
apartment.
question, sir?
No, the thing is whether some people are raising now the legality of that, because phase 2 was not yet, occupation has not yet started or completion is not yet started, still going on, and OC was already given.
I just wanted to add to this gentleman's question on STP. I do have two apartments in my cluster who share the STP, WTP and all that. So what they have done is, they are different associations but in the same complex. So they have made a memorandum of understanding that what they will share and what is their contribution and all that as a society, as a RWA. So what is their share and what is their share? I think that is a good practice lawyer can...
Madam, one question here. With respect to UDS, somebody said that UDS is mandatory to be mentioned in the DOD. If it is not mentioned in the DOD, should we go back to builder and ask for the corrections? So only the builder should do it, or even the association can do it later?
The builder can do a rectification.
So he has to do it. Okay. Again, the second question is, there are some, probably I can say discussions that within our community, the CAM should be calculated on the basis of UDS and not on the basis of SBA. If anybody of you know something, but as per ERA, that's what we understand, that it should be calculated on the basis of UDS, not on the basis of SBA. Last question is with respect to the common area maintenance by a builder. See, if we are in a phase where we have to start the HOTO from the builder. Now the phase 1 and phase 2 are complete. As per our sale deed, it says the common area should be maintained by the builder till the assets are handed over to the association. But on the other side, the maintenance agency is forcing us to, enter with a contract to maintain the property. So which one do we follow?
See, best way of doing it, I think you have to take over the property, whatever the asset, as early as possible. That's what what I think they are also doing, suggesting, saying that no, you have to take over as early as possible. There are instances in the past that it take years to take all this. Now what we suggest as a BAF member, plus we also have a MOU with CREDI now, saying that within 6 months you take over, because there's a clause while buying, saying that 1 year they will maintain or something like that. That also you need now to form. You form a ad hoc committee, register your association and take over first. No, and builder also willing to give, because the number of years passed now, a lot of things will be missed by the builder also to give you.
Sir, in our case, actually, the association is already existing from last 6 months nearly.
Okay.
And the committee is already formed. But now the situation is, builder is not coming forward to, start the HOTO. We are pushing them literally. And now the situation is, till such time that builder will start the process or complete the HOTO, who will maintain the common area? Is it the builder or is it the association who has to do it?
One question to you, sir, one question to you. Does this builder have his own in-house property management company?
Yes, sir.
He will never want to hand it over to you. He will never want to hand it over to you.
Agreed, sir. This is what even we have been observing. But how do we tackle this is one
See, I can only assure you now in this forum, if he's a CREDI member, we can be an arbitrator, we can do something for you. Okay, but I don't know about the normal small builders. But if it's a CREDI member, I think we can do something.
Sir, he's
offline we can get in touch with you.
Yeah, sure.
One question on STP. Is it feasible to extend the capacity of an existing STP? How can it be done? Can we, if there is empty space beside it, can something be done to increase the capacity of the STP?
Anything and everything can be done. If you have the will, there are a lot of people who have the skill to do it. Okay? And as a follow-up to that, let me tell you. Sometimes we engage with customers. I will not differentiate between my residential, industrial, commercial or municipal segments which we address. We start talking to them. They keep asking us for this, that, all the other. And suddenly, Google and YouTube are in vogue. So recently there was a case where I've been engaged with a customer in terms of the sales cycle for 2.5 years. 2.5 years was the sales cycle. Okay. It took me 3 days to fix that STP.
One of the issue here is actually to establish a STP, you have to have a CFE first. Okay, so CFE is given to you for a particular capacity. You want to, and you already subsequently to CFO you got it. Then once you go back again, you will open up the file of the old one and see why you under capacity you have done it. So all these issues are there, but it is possible technically you have to apply again CFE and come back to you. So if you apply again a new CFE, the old CFO also will be not useful.
Sir, my question is about camp charges. See, nowadays people are saying per square feet basis or uniform basis. So how can we justify this?
See, KOA, nothing is told, but see, it is ultimately your bylaw. What your bylaw says. See, in Bangalore, there are apartments collecting on square feet basis for maintenance, and monthly they are also collecting for sinking fund. See, what is happening is legally or in income tax point of view, suppose you make a profit, you have to pay income tax, right? If you correct the exact amount or you budget it and take exact amount on square feet, and that will go to maintenance, it won't attract income tax. And you collect separately about per month 500, 1,000, whatever it is, per month for your sinking fund, that also won't attract income tax. So I think best way of doing it is a combination of square feet and a fixed charge for your sinking fund.
No, sir, I'm asking only about camp charges. See, one apartment starts from 1,000 square feet and it tends to 2,000 or 2,200 square feet. If it comes to uniform, 1,000 square feet people will pay more camp charges and 2,200 people will pay very less charges. So how can we counter attack, how can we justify this? No, this is a uniform. No, this is a square feet basis. How can we go about it?
But as per law or anything, nothing is there. It is your bylaw. You define in the bylaw what you want to collect.
There are some civil suits that are also pending, wherein this has been challenged, saying that look, common areas, how can you go by UDS, because common area is common to everybody. So that is still a question of law that we're trying to see. But strictly speaking, Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act says undivided share in the common area. That is the wordings that the act uses.
And last question. Yeah, can we have this? Madam, last question. See, carpet area plus common area, it will come to built-up area plus common area, it will come to super built-up area. See, that common area, how they divide, will they divide uniformly flat-wise or built-up area-wise?
It's built-up area-wise. It's built-up
area-wise, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. Please ask your question. Sir, regarding STP, so in my society, what the practice that has been going on is excess STP water is being flushed out to the drain, open drain. So when we questioned the builder about this, he said BWSSB has not laid the drainage pipes. So there's the practice that I'm going to follow. So we are worried, like what would be the implications of this and what legal consequence we might face and how to fix this.
Okay. There is a YouTube channel called 𝗵𝗶𝗃𝗃. How many of you know about it? Please raise your hands. Okay. YouTube, all of us have got smartphones. Sir, I'm not being rhetoric to you, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 is a YouTube channel. There's a wealth of information there. Right? Now, 2.5, 3 years ago, we had released a video which said that treated STP water, if it is well within the norms and you have each month test report, you have the absolute right to let it out into the storm water drain. The storm water drain is the drain under your footpath, comes under the purview of BBMP. BWSSB has nothing to do with it. When you let it out into the UGD, okay, which is the drains covered by the manholes, typically in the center of the roads, okay, that is not allowed. Because it defeats the whole purpose. You're treating the STP water on site. Treated water, you're letting out into the storm water drain so that by gravity, it flows out to the nearest lake or water body. Now, if your quantum of treated water is more than 50,000 liters per day, and typically it is, as a responsible citizen, I think you should have a dialogue with Vikas to see, what can be done with that water, because it is another revenue stream for you. I'm an apartment dweller. I'm the secretary and treasurer of my own apartment. Right? So I'm a tailor with my scissors. What can I cut? What can I cut? What can I cut? Because it's very difficult to stand in front of my residents in an AGM and say, maintenance is going up by 100 rupees. Right? So this is...
So your question on excess STP water, 3,000 plus apartments have the same issue. All of them have excess STP water because they are able to use only 20% for their flushing and garden, and we don't have acres of garden to use all the water. 1,000 liters is required, 1 acre requires 5,000 liters of water for garden. So every apartment has excess STP treated water. Now, few apartments, when they give it out, it sometimes comes back to the basement, so they end up paying tankers to send the excess water out. That is also happening. So, where it could help is this excess water which you have can be taken to a different grade and we can map it to an industry nearby. That will be a long-term solution for the apartment and for the industry. The industry will not exploit the same borewell which this apartment is exploiting. So this is one thing which you can look at. Now, second thing, this STP treated water, if people are not using it for flushing. So we did a survey of 200 apartments in Electronic City where STP treated water goes to the STP tank, but individually they bypass inside their apartment. They don't use it for flushing. So only 5%, 10% of STP treated water gets used. So probably an action to understand if people are really using STP water for flushing. If they are not using, find out the root cause on why they are not using. In spite of that, whatever excess, that can be handled and managed.
There are also organizations that will take your treated water and give it to construction sites. So you can, that's another source of revenue. So if they were talking about sources of revenue, if you reach out to me, I'll give you the name of that organization. So they will take it, but it has to be within a certain area of construction. And that person building should be open to use treated water for their construction. But
yes.
That is between the person buying the water and them. But
Sir, yeah. 70% of all STP treated water in Bangalore, and I can say this with some authority, does not meet any standards. And in your apartment, if you are not able to reuse 50% of the water treated, if you are treating 1 lakh liters of sewage in a day, if 50 to 60,000 liters you are not able to consume by way of flushing or gardening or car wash, okay, If that percentage is not 50 to 60%, that means that all your residents, as Vikas said, have done this bypass job. Like in my apartment, the fine per toilet not connected, per commode not connected to STP treated water is 5,000 rupees per incident. Every month, the plumber and 2 residents go and do this check.
Yeah. I just want to explain to him. Hello. Yeah. You had 2 questions. One is that excess water can be given to the stormwater drain. There is a circular from Pollution Control Board. It can be discharged to the stormwater drain. Second thing is BWSSB cannot in future give connection of your STP water to that because there is an NGT order which BAF has challenged it for a review petition. Now BWSSB cannot do anything because it's clearly verdict is there saying that treated water cannot be given to UGD. So that option is now not possible. Okay, definitely we are gone for a review petition in the NGT. We went to the Supreme Court, but Supreme Court said you go to the NGT back with a review petition. So chances are very rare that in future you can give your treated water to UGD. You can leave it to the stormwater drain, but you are not going to earn anything. But if you go for a treated water again to reuse for different purpose, at least you can earn some money out of it. And as Uday was telling about, there's a study happened in Indian Institute of Science on using this treated water for construction purpose. Unfortunately, Pollution Control Board is sitting with this last 2 years. If they are agreed to this possibility legally, as an apartment, you can sell this water for new construction, or the builder can sell this water. Your existing builder itself can buy this water for your next project. All these possibilities are there. But going forward, I think we have to look forward for reuse of this treated water.
Yeah, if I may come in here, see, basically the problem is why this excess water is coming in. You can start looking at the root cause of this. Basically, like at the consumption point, there is water outlet inside your flats. So there are quite some products. You can get in touch with me. I am dealing with such products. You can straight away save 40% of water straight away at the user end, at the tap end, so that at the end of the day, if all the particular aerators are used in all your water outlets, you will be saving so much of water, 40% straight away. Your consumption comes down by 40%. So that much less water enters into your STP, and your motors don't have to run that much. Power is saved. Your excess water is saved. Your life cycle of the equipment goes up, and your maintenance costs come down. So there is a whole lot of components in the chain that are going to perform well and more efficiently. Anybody interested in this offline after this, I would like to, can meet me. I'm here only till the end of the show. Yeah. Thank you.
Madam, I got one thing on the DOD. You know, about 2 years after we occupied the flat, of course without OC, this DOD was thrust under our nose. And the DOD is signed by the builder and registered also without informing us. And now he says you sign it. There are many clauses in that we object to. What is the solution for this, ma'am?
So, when did this DOD get registered? After the flats were sold to you or before?
After, 2 years after.
2 years after the flats, then the DOD itself is not a valid document.
Thank you. One from my side.
Yeah, hi, I'm Nishita. I have a question for Mr. Vikas. So basically, this is with relation to the water softeners, what we use for the apartments. So in that, we basically, to soften the water, we flush in amount of salt, some kgs of salt, as you mentioned. So I think some of the developed countries, I think, has passed a law saying that, this is basically banned. So is there any law in place in India, or and what about the water conditioning, what we use? Is it a fair thing than the water softeners?
Yeah, thanks for this question. So this salt which people use is calcium chloride which goes out to the drain. Ideally, softener which you have should dilute it to a level which is acceptable for standard discharge. If the softener is not designed well, then you have higher calcium chloride in the water and you cannot send it to STP, you cannot send it out. So first thing is, what is the concentration of calcium chloride brine which is going out? So for that, in the softener, there is something called venturi. That venturi has to be proper to take in the right amount of salt and send out. As a thumb rule, as I said, 200 kg for every 1 lakh liters if your hardness is between 300 to 400 ppm. That's the volume which goes out. Now this regeneration which you do it for softener, this 1 lakh liters is for 0 to 5 ppm hardness, and we generally don't, only boilers require that high quality hardness. See, as an apartment, it could be you maintain it below 80 ppm, below 50 ppm, so that you can reduce the salt consumption, meaning salt usage, first thing. In the US, there are 3 places where it is banned, where this brine was going to the central STP. So what was happening is they have a centralized STP. So there was large amount of brine solution going, which was disturbing the biology of STP. So this decided to ban. And it was in 2007-8, that time it was very enforced. But in India, this ban is still not there. The reason because government did a study in few areas, softener people put, but they don't put salt. After 1-2 times they put salt, after that they don't put salt. So they don't see any calcium chloride going out. So this brine problem did not come up, first thing. Second thing, all these conditioners which are available, right? There are different kinds of conditioners which are available. One is phosphate-based conditioner, which coats the hardness with phosphate so that you don't have scale formation, it controls the scaling, but phosphate gets added to the water. Okay. Other one is a permanent magnet conditioner where they give electricity, they convert the hardness. Hardness is in a form called calcite, it's triangular in form, gets converted to aragonite so it doesn't bond to surfaces. All these have worked in the laboratory condition. In the real condition, what they say is it's 50% placebo. Meaning my neighbor says it's working, so I also, because there is no measurement with any conditioner. The seller, what they say is you will not have scales, you will not have spots. It is 50% efficiency, 70% efficiency, but there is no measurement. So that is why conditioner doesn't go with builders, because you cannot prove whether it is working or not. And even for suppliers, it doesn't go well. If someone says it is not working, we also don't know how to verify. So whether it is working or not is questionable. In most cases it works, but it predominantly depends on the varying incoming water quality. If your chloride is about 250, conditioner will not work. If your iron is 1.6 ppm, it won't work. So conditioner will work on very specific quality. So before you buy any conditioner, permanent magnet, soft, there are so many conditioners in the market. 2008, we were the first company to import a NSF 61 certified conditioner. We sold 70 units, okay, for builders. All the 70 units worked for 3-4 years, and then we replaced all the 70 with softener, because builder was not able to prove that there is hardness reduction. They will say the scaling goes away, but hardness reduction you cannot prove. So they say there are 2 things. One,
so
conditioner.
That to after 24 hours, na? That if the storage is water for 24 hours, then only it would.
Yeah, 24 hours is one type. There is one thing called next scale stop, which says 74 hours, 78 hours. So there is one more product, e-water harmonizer, which says 36 hours. No one can really measure how long, because you will have to get a molecular testing for calcite and aragonite. That molecular testing will cost you 2.5 lakhs. So no one effectively, and by the time you take the water to testing the properties, you don't know what is there. CO2 would have escaped and things like that. So it's not measurable. It's now what has happened is in the market, there are lots of placebo product. People put some metal piece and they say it's a conditioner, good branding. So you really don't know. How do you measure? So that is a challenge now.
I'd like to add one more point. When you all negotiate contracts, right, in some places it is in fashion that, it's a comprehensive contract where for the STP it should include all the consumables, or for a WTP it should include all the consumables like salt, right? Those are the STPs and WTPs that are not functioning. When you pay for service separately and consumables separately, I get to bill you twice, I will use the right quantities of it. But if you say 70,000 bucks, do everything, I have to cut corners. And you will never know where corners are cut.
Does anybody have questions on handover for our 2 panelists from Nemadi? Can you get the mic here, please?
It is, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Handover is one small thing, but it is not a small thing, it's a big thing, no doubt. But my question is a little bit silly, and I hope the panel will Don't laugh at it.
Please
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind. See, in GB meetings, regularly nobody, hardly anybody come. So how do you define a quorum? How do you define a majority? How do you define a quorum? How do you define a majority? It's a bit.
Yeah, that is something which you will have in your bylaws of your association.
I can only tell you what I have done in my apartment.
Yeah, please.
One, WhatsApp is banned. One, WhatsApp is banned. We use Adda for everything. Now, if you come back and say, I have not seen Adda, I have not seen the notification now, it's your problem. Two, NRIs don't have a say. You have to be a resident owner. You can be an owner living in the next building. Your voice doesn't count here. Because your quality of life is not affected. You sit somewhere remotely and want to dictate what is going on here, or download from Google and YouTube and send one WhatsApp link.
My parents are living, sir, here.
Hold on, sir.
My parents
Hold
are
on.
living.
So I am telling you what I have done in my apartment. If you are an NRI, if you are a non-resident of this apartment, if you don't live here, you have to go with the quorum of the people who live here. Now, in our case, only 30% of the owners live in the apartment. So, I consider that 30% to be the 100%, and whatever quorum I need from that, we do. Because if you go into all these things, you're never going to go anywhere. Collectively, you're never going to arrive at a decision.
Absolutely correct, sir. But if 30% all don't come, sir, the point is those also don't come.
That is something, that is something which you need to handle. You need to just mobilize your residents.
Okay.
Yes, and it depends on the bylaws.
See, in terms of the law, mostly quorums, at least the bylaws that I've seen, will give you who has to be, the number of people or the percentage that has to be present. And it says if such people don't turn up, then you can adjourn the meeting by either X amount of hours or X amount of days. And whoever is present, that becomes your quorum. Only with respect to amendment to bylaw, the quorum is usually large. That in most cases, in my experience, becomes unattainable to get that kind of number to amend bylaws. But generally, to conduct every other activity, most bylaws have the flexibility of adjourning meetings, and whoever comes becomes the quorum. That is the legal aspect, but not necessary. Depends on how the bylaw is structured.
What we did was 50% should be there for the quorum. If 50% is not there, then half an hour it is extended, and again we come back, and whoever is there, that is the quorum. And 51% of that is enough to.
That's generally how the bylaw is.
Question
Okay,
on
we have the mic with the
question on
gentleman in the
handover.
check.
So
go ahead.
Our developer is not eager to hand over. Now we have a vast experience here in this room because a lot of them have already taken the handover. How do we make it happen? What are the best practices? What should we do to coax him into handing over to association?
Yeah, would you like to take that?
I think this is more on a dispute, basically. I think Sneha would be the right.
See, if you ask me, I'm going to ask you to take an aggressive stand saying, go after the builder, you will have to fight for your rights. I mean, there is no being complacent here at all. You just have to aggressively fight, because some builders, when they know you have the manpower, you have the, you're there, then they will come running back. But if they see that you're a weak association, you don't, and they will also relax. So in that sense, I would say you'll have to take action, because law is in the favor of handover.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the check shirt, you wanted to ask some questions.
Sorry to come back to the legal aspects again. Regarding EC, each flat after the sale deed registration, we have encumbrance certificate on the flat, which has Schedule A, Schedule B, which is the flat. We see that the land EC still remains in the builder's name. So what is the process to get that removed?
So that's a very wrong understanding. There's nothing called land EC, sir.
No, in the records of the...
No, there is nothing. I'm sorry. Please don't use words like land EC, because that is the problem. People are using a lot of words today without understanding the concept. Let's say if 1 acre of land is in the name of the builder or landowner, and they form that into apartments. The minute that land gets bifurcated between 100 people who have 100 apartments, there is no more land EC or whatever you're calling it. That doesn't exist. Because the way you look at documentation is until 2010, if it's owned by the builder, in 2011, if everything is sold off and the bifurcation of that land happens, then automatically based on the bifurcation, different khatas are given. So that obviously is that record until 2010 is going to exist.
Okay.
And see, EC you have to understand, it's prepared by sub-registrar office. You can't treat that as a holy book.
Right.
You know, they will mindlessly give you nil EC. They'll keep giving you nil EC if you apply in the Schedule A property, that is your larger property.
Okay.
But then the minute there is a kata bifurcation, nobody is going to look at that previous EC.
So the final process to actually take full handover would be to have the conveyance deed. Is that correct then?
No, there are a lot of things when it comes to final handover. Final handover of what? An association?
To the association.
To the association, then of course your sale deeds are already there, but you also need your other documents, your sanctions, your permissions, the entire legal thing that is required for a handover. Okay. And of course, I would always say that take a kata bifurcation order. Even if the builder doesn't give you kata per se, take that bifurcation from him. It's easier for him to get that done than than the owner struggle for it.
Okay, a related question regarding kata bifurcation. We have just begun the process. So there we got in touch with the BBMP officials. So they say that, say we have 192 flats, 192 khatas, it will be bifurcated. So there will be a common area khata, or in fact which they'll retain?
No, there will not be any common area khata because the UDS will be already sold to all the owners, yes.
Okay. So will there be property tax to be paid on the common areas? Is that
common area association will have to pay based on the super built-up area.
Madam, one last question. Madam, last question.
Yeah, this is
No, there will not be common area because it's already put into your individual flat. So you will not be paying tax on separately.
Yeah, this is a confusion we had when. So currently the. Yeah.
Any BBMB has raised a question saying that in the common area you have to pay the tax?
They just informed us.
No. They cannot inform.
Okay.
You get in writing.
All
they
right.
cannot give any order like that. Okay.
Sir, on last question. To register KAOA, madam.
Yeah, we have actually run out of time.
Last question, madam.
So just to clarify my point, so if yes, a 192 flat, so the one khata has to be bifurcated into 192, and that's all. That's all, right? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Mutation. Does it hold anything? Because Mr A N is a notional one. But once the land is there in the revenue record, till now, with the landowner's name is there. What happens to that? Because mutation is not happening.
Mutation is a term that you generally use when the land is of agricultural nature. When you mutate the land, you get something called MR, which is a mutation register extract, where an entry is made. That reflects in your RTC. Those are for agricultural lands.
Today, even when I go to Kaveri and see, the land records are still in the builder's.
Land records will be, sir, because you're looking at that time. If you look at an MR, it will give you the date.
What is MR?
Mutation register.
That is not done. That has to be done by the owners.
No. So the MR doesn't happen, sir. In converted lands, it is khata. Converted lands, it is khata. So the records, see, whatever records you look at, we have to look at the date, because only on that date that gets applicable. After that, subsequently, if there is another documentation that gets added, then that document's purpose is served.
Madam, last question.
Madam, one more
I
question.
have a last question which came to me ages ago, and I just held this in my hand. I'm sorry. Can you elaborate on the status of the CA site and open spaces and parks and how it should be handled in the handover?
See, open spaces, CA sites, all these are relinquished lands. Builders, developers enter into a relinquishment deed because once, they want to construct on a 1 acre land or 2 acre land, whatever is the extent, right? As per the RMP rules and as per certain regulations, you have to surrender a bit of your land to the government. So based on that, they enter into a relinquishment deed. And in that relinquishment deed, they say this much is for open space, this much is for CA, so on and so forth. Now those exist. Technically, those lands are supposed to be given back to the government. But of course, the government will not, there are also judgments which say that you can lease it back from the government for no lease amount at all. There are, that also happens. But one issue there is regarding CA sites. Now, there are empty CA sites in some apartments. If you're able to showcase that, look, we have a requirement in our apartment because there is no football ground, for example, you can ask the builder to develop that amenity for you in the CA site. That is doable. So CA site is again, that is something even government can put up structures for the benefit of people. That is also doable. So it depends. And the builder is of course obligated if some common area construction needs to be met in the common area.
Madam, last question. To
Wait,
get
wait,
registered,
a few more questions.
Do we have time to take any more?
Please make time, ma'am.
Madam, last question. To register KAOA, do we consent builder or to take NOC or some certificate to register? How it is?
For the KAOA?
Yes, yes.
We've already been through that earlier in the day, right? You need to have the deed of declaration that needs to be registered by the builder before he registers property and
The
such
hierarchy
things.
was given.
Yeah.
Okay. Done. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can clarify with
Madam,
Sneha later.
one more question. When you said that after this bifurcation, it's all settled. In our case, we have some piece of land which is leased land from KIDB. So how will that affect?
Yeah, I mean, it's a case by case. Yes, Subhash, this is the last question, yeah.
Related to this open spaces and CA side, we have been given an allotment letter from the BDA that it is meant for play and this health and gym, and the CA side one social and culture. They told us to give us a plan to develop that site.
No. See, anyway, it is a public
No,
property.
it is in our name. It is given allotment has been allotted to our association.
Correct.
Not
so
for
that
public.
means I know, but the concept of a CA site is generally that the government has access and they can give access to public. But because of various judgments, now government is okay. They will permit you to use a CA site for your community.
Yeah.
And you can develop and use it by taking the necessary permissions. That is
It's
doable.
officially allotment they are given to us only for our association, not for public.
But officially, the land still rests with the government.
The title will be in the name of BDA.
So, Vikas, Aditya, Satish, Sneha, Mr. Roy, and Suresha, thanks so much. If any of you have further questions, I think you can email them to 𝗦𝗧𝗣.in and they will be forwarded to the respective people. We'll try to answer as many questions as we can. Thanks again.
Thank Aarti ma'am. Aarti ma'am, please come on stage to receive the memento. I request Veena to present the memento to Aarti ma'am. Satish sir, please. Devraj to present a memento to Satish sir. I request Roy sir to come. Thank you, Roy sir. Mr. Girish Nair is a second-generation entrepreneur and the proprietor of Hygienic Pest Control. He is a graduate in chemistry and has completed his master's in business from University of Cardiff, Wales, United Kingdom. Previous jobs, he was a marketing manager for retail giants Primark and later for Walmart. He came back to India in 2012 to join his family business. Hygienic Pest Control is a 40 years old pest control company which specializes in pest controlling, bird control and expert fumigation services and has presence all over South India and Maharashtra. Hygienic Pest Control does property management for organizations like Hindustan Computers Limited, ISRO, BEL, HAL, DRDO, NMDC, Primal Group, Department of Atomic Energy, Chennai, Petroleum Corporations, and many more. Mr. Girish Nair is also the current elected General Secretary for Indian Pest Control Association, a 55-year-old association that governs the standards and procedures in the pest control industry. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for that introduction.
I'll start with takeover handover, basically what we are here for. So a lot of important aspects, very exciting times for most of y'all who are here. Basically, the project is ready, the OC is received, you all have moved in, lot of, you are come to a new locality, new neighbors, you are excited with all that aspects, and then immediately you're pushed on to form an association. Now, when you form an association, that's when all the legalities, the documentation, everything comes into picture. But there are also minor aspects like pest problems which prevail in apartment complexes, which you inherit from the builder because correct maintenance services are not taken care during the construction stage as well as later as well. So my presentation will run around to start with basics of pest control, which you all can take on board for your own apartment associations. Point number 2 will be the major pests affecting the apartment associations. Third point is selecting a vendor for your pest control. Let it be during takeover or even your existing apartment complexes. And lastly, the onus or responsibility of each and everyone in the association. So let it be an estate manager, let it be the resident, let it be the pest control professionals. So let's come to the basics first. Let us understand about integrated pest management. So integrated pest management is defined as a sustainable approach of management of pest by combination of biological, mechanical and chemical tools in a way to minimize economic, health and environmental risk. Now the very important aspect is it is not a specific chemical tool which you are using. In generic, we understand as pest control as somebody comes, does a chemical treatment, something he applies and goes off. Not really. Let me give you an example of a biological treatment. Suppose, simple example, you have rodents around. To control that, you can have cats who will take care of the rodents or even dogs who can take care of the rodents. You have those bugs next to your tube light in the evening, which are running around. A lizard takes care of the same thing. But those are biological methods which we use. Next, coming to mechanical, bait stations or cages, rodent cages, have been used for the taking care of rodents. So that is a mechanical treatment. Lastly, chemical treatment also, like we spray or gel application are also chemical treatments for the pest control. But I would like to highlight here is chemical is one of the techniques, not just the only technique. So it is an integrated pest solution which you are looking at. So coming to the next very important aspect is 4D principle. Now if you look at it, and that is in a specific order, the first D stands for deny entry. If you don't have a problem, you don't need a pest control solution. You don't have complaints, you don't have pests, don't need to do it. But then how do you arrest it at the first place? Deny entry. To give you a simple example, because at the state where you are moving into a new apartment, many times you all are getting your interiors done. When you get your interior done, you're doing expensive furniture, flooring, you're doing POP. Let me give you an example of a POP work which you have done, an expensive POP, but then there are openings all over the place. What do you think over a period of time will happen? There will be rodents or rats running around, which can affect, and then they breed inside, they die, it smells a foul smell. The same solution, very simple solution is, if you close it from 4 sides, there is no access to it. So if you can control the entry access, automatically your problem of pest reduces. Next, second is deny food. Obviously the pests are coming inside, let it be cockroaches, let it be rodents, let it be pigeons, they are coming for food. So that needs to be addressed. Third is shelter. You have duct areas, you have electrical rooms wherein access is less, people don't move there. So then it leads to a breeding place for rats, cockroaches. Reduce that totally. And lastly, the last option is destroy. So again, bringing to basics is destroy is the last option. If you control it in the first place by entry, you don't have to deal with all these pests. Okay, major pest control concerns for RWA, Residential Welfare Associations. CRM, most of the MBA graduates will know customer relationship management, but basically for our industry is cockroaches, rodents and mosquitoes which we deal with. Apartment association, this is the major concerns we have. And these are the major pests which affects apartments. Now I'm going to run it through slightly quickly because these are basics, just For your information, types of cockroaches, the Germans and Americans don't leave us. They are there in our kitchen as well. So your German cockroaches are where the ones which are in the sink, into your cabinets, your cupboards. They affecting, German cockroaches. The American ones are in the gutters, the nalas, your drain pipes, all are American cockroaches. Brown branded, we don't have, you do get it, but not very much. Oriental is not there in Bangalore as such. Now, when you come to an inspection, when you're taking over from the apartment, or you can inspect your own residences, you need to inspect the kitchen areas. Why? Obviously, food access there. Second, these corners of false ceilings where there will be dampness. Dampness leads to pests around. So again, there, unused areas. Now coming to shafts, lockers, drains. Now drains are there everywhere. Drains is a regular problem in apartment complexes. What is a very simple solution? You have something called a jali. You put a basic jali there and that solves the problem. You don't need to spray there. If you can control the access which is coming from there, it is already, your problem is solved. Now coming to the chemical treatments you have for that. Now you have chemical treatment, gel application, spray treatment. You have come across, everyone knows pest control what it is. But then there are also non-chemical treatments. It's not that every team. So you are, let's say you are dealing with food processing units. Now in an apartment association, there is no food processing unit, but there can be a cafe. You might have a cafe there. What will you address it by? You will address it by, you can do it vacuuming, glue pad trapping, mask trapping. These are the treatments you can do so that the problem is solved. Again comes to understanding is that you don't always used to use chemical for a treatment. Application techniques. Sealing of entry points. If you see the first picture, there is an entry point on the top. There's an entry point. You just fill it with silicone, the access is closed. Proper storage and sanitation practices. Right placement of glue pads as per the treatment which is required. Effective monitoring process. Unfortunately, it is our industry to blame. Many of them just do the treatment. There is monitoring process. There is something called as catchment record trend analysis. You see the trend over a period of 6 months, 1 year. What is the difference? If there is a peak, what is the reason? Is it there is a change in weather? There's a construction site which has come close by. There is mosquitoes increased. So there can be multiple reasons for it. But you can evaluate it, what is the problem, and find a solution for it. Coming to the next, the brainy guys, the rats. Never leave us and go. I had one madam complain as well, specifically what is the solution for rats. There are solutions for rats. They are mightly more tedious. It is not a one-time job. It's an ongoing process. We have to take care of their property as you would do for any other maintenance, STP, WTP, whatever. You have to do a regular maintenance for these. So the common rats are house rat, roof rat, Norway rats, and then bandicoots. Bandicoots are the bigger ones. Now if you are to inspect and you have an apartment complex where there is huge amount of garden area, you have burrows. That needs to be constantly monitored. Your garbage. Garbage is a huge problem because most of the time I have inspected apartment complex, the garbage dumping is somewhere close to the parking or the residence is the apartment. That leads to your car wires being cut, your apartment getting infested by rodents. That's the simple reason. If you move it away from that place if possible, that would be the ideal solution for it. Open drains again needs to be covered. Now let us look at the middle picture on the top, proofing and preventive measures. Let us example, this is Aditya Rao's STP room. And that is so much of opening there. What do you think, rats, what is going to come out of it? Rats are going to come out of it. You have to control it by, so need not be a chemical treatment, that is a civil work which needs to be incorporated. So these are, coming to the next one, the bottom left, is a common sight in all apartment buildings. Electrical shaft, there is wires moving out. Rodents are moving from the ground floor to the 25th floor. So what is the simple solution for it? Thermocol board. Just cut it according to the site, place it there is no movement of rodents. Coming to non-chemical tools, you have glue pad, rat cages, rat traps. Based on the problem, based on the situation, based on the location, you have to adapt to the apt solutions. Now the killer ones, obviously the mosquitoes. Maximum deaths anywhere. The 3 types of mosquitoes available in India and especially in Bangalore, Culex, Anopheles and Aedes. Anopheles is malaria, which causes malaria. Aedes is chikungunya as well as dengue. Now, many people are not aware of the first type of treatment, that is larviciding treatment. Most of them are aware of something one aya koi to smoke dala chala gaya. What is that smoke? That is a space tray. But then these all are born from an egg and a larvae, which is born in a pond or a water body. So that can be treated by insect regulators. So these are like example, you have your apartment complex and the front you have a fountain. Excellent, water body looks nice. But who will take care of the mosquito breeding which happens? So that needs to be addressed. That should be monitored on a regular basis. If there is a breeding, there should be a solution for it to be addressed to. So that is, you can, there is a chemical called 𝗴𝗡 which you use for ponds to address these larvae. Adult treatment can be mosquito fogging, which you have seen, or thermal or cold fogging, that is called as. For inside the apartment complexes, inside your apartments, there's something called as indoor residual spray. It's a thorough spraying on the wall, mosquito comes and sits on it, it comes in contact with the chemical, it dies. Inspection for larvicide treatment. Now, as an apartment association member or a BOM member for your apartment, you have the responsibility within your four walls, your compound wall. But then that doesn't mean you can coordinate with BBMP and issues like this, sewage water stagnation, rainwater stagnation, open drains, these needs to be monitored because this will lead to mosquito breeding and in turn will affect your children, your parents who are staying in the apartment there. Inside the apartment, again, another problem is these water stagnation because of small buckets, small containers everywhere. Mosquito will be breeding there. This needs to be monitored on a regular basis. Inspection point for adult mosquito treatment. Now, here for adult mosquito, if you look at your backyards, apartment complexes, backyards, your dark corners of your houses, you never know, you don't see, but there are mosquitoes which are sitting there, breeding there. So that needs to be monitored. And the last picture is very important nowadays. Lot of under construction sites which have stopped doing any project. They are all breeding grounds. Needs to be monitored. That can be addressed. It is BBMP's responsibility to help you out there. Okay, so coming to, because in apartment association, we are now mainly concentrating on space sprays. There are two types of treatments, thermal and cold fogging. Thermal fogging is basically you use a fogging machine. You use diesel and a chemical. A white smoke comes. It kills the flying adult mosquito. That's it. The second one is cold fogging. It is the latest technology product. You use a misting machine. Use it with water. Now, if somebody asks me what is recommended, I would always say go for a cold fogging. Cold fogging, there is no smoke, but the droplet size are so small that it sits on your leaves, on your parapets, on your walls. When the mosquito comes and sits in close to that, it dies. It is more effective, it stays for longer. Thermal fogging is sort of an eyewash for me because what happens is ultimately you fog on that moment and whatever adult mosquito is there, that will die. If it's an open area, there is wind, it will go off, that's it, no use. These are another traps, mainly CO2 based. Mosquito comes and bites us because they can sense CO2 from our body. So these are devices which are available in the market, CO2 generators which emits CO2 and or a UV light, and it attracts the mosquito and then it kills it inside. Another minor pests which we always address in our apartments, the other three were the major ones. The minor ones are always there is lizards, regular problem in apartment complexes. 9 times out of 10, it is a tree adjoining a building, you trim it, there will be a reduction of lizards there. That is one of the common reasons there. Flies, you have a dumping area, there is maggots breeding, flies breeding, you need to address that. You need to do a appropriate spraying and that can be addressed. Bed bugs, more of an independent resident problem than an apartment problem. But do you know that most of the time it leads through the security room where your Swiggy, parcel, everything comes in and then it gets moved to your house and you get affected by bed bugs. Pigeons. Pigeons in Bangalore especially is no more a minor pest, is a major pest. Pigeons, a lot of people are asthmatic. They have problem with pigeon droppings, pigeon feathers that can be addressed by pigeon netting. There's something called as HTP, high density polyethylene netting, which we do, and that covers the netting for your balcony or a window and restricts the pigeons to come inside. Or spikes also we can look at. Now coming to termites, do you know that all construction companies during their construction stage have to do a chemical treatment for the soil called as pre-construction anti-termite treatment. After the treatment, if the building has 5 years guarantee, the builder has to provide you 10 years guarantee against termites. That is as per IS code, IS 6313 part 2. They are supposed to do this treatment and give you the certificate during handover. So that safeguards you from termite attacks in your building. And wood borers, mainly due to plywood which is coming in, not much affecting resident association. Now coming to selection of pest control agencies. Why is it important? In generic, if you ask me, how do you select a pest control agencies? Two things. Many a times, it is the facility management who's handling it. I don't know. We don't know what is he doing. He does comes something and goes. Second is, as Aditya Rao said, L2, L1. L1 is given, somebody quotes something, we don't know what he comes and doesn't goes. So there are a couple of cases I would like to highlight here. It's not very old. It's within the last 2 years. 8-year-old girl dies after pesticide fumes in Bangalore. This is in Vasant Nagar. Date August 2022. Fumigated in the house. Next, 42-year-old contract employee died because fumigation in Chennai. 4-year-old dies inhaling toxic fumes in Thane. And pest control, post-pest control, retired banker couple suffocates to death in Pune. These are actual cases happening. It's not fabricated. This doesn't come on your front page, unfortunately. But these are cases which are happening on a regular basis. You have to be aware of it. So when you ask somebody to come into your apartment, association, your house, you need to know what they're doing. You just can't leave it that they come do something and go. These are the minimum documents, very basic. There's nothing too much to ask for. Basic documents. The first document is an insecticide license issued by Government of Karnataka. That license says you are entitled to carry out pest control treatments because ultimately these are toxic chemicals. You can't deny. The concentration might be less today as compared to 15 years ago, but they are still toxic chemicals. So that is the basic. Now, this is actual statistics given by Joint Director, Agriculture, 2 years back. The 3,500 companies running in Bangalore as pest controllers, licensed 250. Second certificate is an IPCA certificate. It's the private organization, 55-year-old association, which governs the standards, chemical techniques used in pest control industry. We also, because I'm the general secretary for that association currently for this year, we go in hand with the government of India in guiding them what chemicals are approved, which is to be banned, which has to be phased out. Most of them were carcinogenic. Okay, now next level, when the vendor is already in, he comes to start the work. The first thing he needs to do, give you an MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet. Material Safety Data Sheet basically explains you what is the chemical he is using. Why? Because tomorrow something happens, a child consumes it, or something happens. What is the first aid to be done? That needs to be known. Next, what is the toxicity level of that chemical? Needs to be known. Yes, ultimately, as I said, it is toxic chemical. It needs to be stored separately. Now coming to an important aspect for as a resident association. What onus do we have? What responsibilities do we have when we engage a pest controller? In terms of an estate manager, let's say, maintenance or a housekeeping staff, resident, or a PMP, which is a pest management professional. So let's come to the role of a property manager. Now, you all might be in a stage of forming an association or existing association. So the property manager's role is develop and enforce policies and procedures with staff and residents. Second, notify residents of PMP visit in advance. Encourage reporting systems for residents and staff. Now, in that case, 5 minutes, I'm over. Yeah, so reporting systems. Now, let's say example, you invite me for carrying out pest control in your residence. Example, you call me, I come in. I'm an expert in pest control. I know exactly what to treat. I know the equipment, everything. Do I know your house? Do I know where is the infestation? Do I know where is your ant problem happening or cockroach problem happening? We don't know. You know your house. So you have to communicate. You have to tell us. You have to inform us. So that is your estate manager has to, because it's a common area, estate manager is responsible to inform us what exactly it is. Monitoring and maintaining facilities, identifying problem, basically which pest it is, and assistance whenever, as and when required if there is a resident having an issue. Coming to your maintenance and housekeeping staff, eliminate leakage, as I said, leakage, dampness pests. Install barriers at entry points wherever required, common area cleaning and monitoring of pests and report problems. Because monitoring and informing the PMP or the pest management professional what is the issue. All right, I take it next is onus on the resident. The resident, the onus on the roles of the resident. Educate yourself of different pests present in your apartment complex. You might not have any of these major pests which I said. You might have, let's say, honeybee. So what is the solution? So accordingly, based on what your problem is, you need to address that. Your basic housekeeping, sanitization and removal of waste needs to be done. Now for those people who are sitting here, a free piece of advice. You want to reduce your house, inside the house pest problems by 20%, just do two things. At the end of the day, after the dinner is done, just wipe the slab. Very simple thing. Wipe it. I know it will be clean if you don't wipe it also, but then there will be some droplets or some spillage which happens on the slab. Just clean it once, you see the difference. Second point, number 2 is your waste at the end of the night. Make sure you tie it up and, if possible, outside the house. You might have a drying area separately, not outside the door because as per your apartment policy you have to follow, but then outside the house, not in the kitchen. You reduce your pest problems already. Reporting pests. Yeah, preparing for your PMP to come based on whatever they are coming to execute, and the PMP, the pest controller, she needs to inform you the do's and don'ts pre and post the service. Next. Yeah. Roles of pest management professional: communicate with staff and residents, identify the problem, recommend alternate approaches, not single approach. Chemical approach might not be always the right answer. Monitor your pest, apply safest pesticides. Again, use the right chemical for right treatment. Don't unnecessarily bombard your house, your apartment complexes with chemicals which is not required. Documents, observation, pesticide usage and suggestions, and monitor catchment record and trend analysis, which I explained you earlier. Next. So the last overall result of what you're looking at as a consolidated result for the entire exercise is an inspection and monitoring system that finds pests. Point number 2, reporting systems that identifies areas of improvement. Unit that will prepare to get a least toxic treatment. Communication that empowers all, and fewer pests and a happier environment. I think that's it. Next. Thank you. That's it. Thanks a lot.
Question and answers. Yeah.
Any questions regarding any of this? Oh, there you go. So, okay, coming to green chemicals or herbal chemicals, a new trend everyone wants to know. My personal experience, there is no 100% herbal at all. There is least amount of composition. Let me give you an example. Nowadays, everybody comes with a gel application in your kitchen. What is gel? It's 0.05% fipronil. 0.05, it's a very low concentration, but still that percentage of chemical is there. That is mixed with, might be atta, anything, dry fish, multiple things which is happening. But then still a very low composition of pesticides still applicable there. So I would not say 100% green, and whatever 100% green, we have not seen that efficacy rate. But yes, eventually we are moving to that. Sir, let me explain you 2 things. Fumigation is a different process. Fogging is a different fogging. So if you're talking about fogging, fogging technically should not be done in closed areas. It should be only open, because my PPT very clearly mentioned open space spray. So it can't be done for an internal area. It has to be done for an open external area.
So what is this cold fogging? Is it only water it is or any chemical?
No, it's a mist machine. It's a big bulky machine where you mix the chemical with water. The droplet size is less than 25 microns. It sits on the surfaces. When the mosquito comes and sits, it will die.
It is not. It is child friendly, because if when you are asking,
absolutely child friendly for any, far better than diesel fogging, which uses diesel and you are polluting the environment.
Okay. What about your advice on pigeons? I know it's becoming really a menace for everybody. So it's a temporary solution. We have tried everything. but it's not happening.
Sir, if it's done properly, normally balconies and windows can be addressed by netting. If it's a parapet with netting can't be done, you can do spikes. But other than that, there are gel application I don't recommend because it almost kills the pigeon, so we don't recommend that. But there are techniques, but we recommend these two, bird netting and spikes, which can be addressed. You can guide us through to your apartment. We give you free consultation if required. Yes,
No, we
I wanted to
understand.
mention that, but then don't want to get into complications. Many people do feed them,
First
which
point
leads
is
to.
that, feeding, we know that, but still, if there is any.
No, these are the only techniques available right now, bird netting and spikes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Is there any method that whether they have done the treatment or not during the pre-construction, we can check after the post-construction?
No, technically they are supposed to give you a stamp paper certificate saying that 10 years guarantee for against termite control.
Except that, any option that we can check
No, you
after,
can't check. You can't check. And if it's within, see, the easiest way to check is within that 10 years, if there is an infestation come, you have to go back to the vendor who did it. Ask them to rectify the issue.
There are some members who are saying that plant marigold plants or some plants which basically harm the mosquitoes. Is that true or?
Not scientifically proven.
Not scientifically.
Spraying of appropriate chemical, I will not mention specifically because again, every vendor uses a different chemical, but there are good products in the market, especially the number ones are Bayer products. Bayer does very good products for fly control. Also used for most of the food processing unit, including KMF and milk dairies and all are using those products. Very effective. Yes, UV light is effective because it comes and attracts that, but then sometimes the dumping area is quite outside, so you might not have an access there. So I take it we close it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And thank you, Nimati team, for having us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shajai Jacob. He is MD and Country Head, Apna Complex and Anacity, Anarock Group Business Services. As the MD and Country Head, Anarock Group Business Services, Shajai Jacob oversees the PropTech verticals of Apna Complex across India, as well as Anacity in the Middle East, both of which are smart app-enabled PropTech community management platforms. He is a global business leader with over 22 years of proven track record in international and Indian business leadership and strategy with wide-ranging experience across verticals like technology, real estate, professional services, e-commerce, retail, banking and finance, aviation, FMCG, hospitality and healthcare. Shajai's career has been very diverse with the opportunity to build and lead some of the India's biggest brands. He has honed his leadership, strategy, marketing, sales and management skills at blue chip organizations such as JLL, Unilever, Yes Bank, Kingfisher Airlines, United Spirits and Barista. He has maintained a consistent record of exceeding standards and raising the bar to establish business and brands that grow and last. He is also an acknowledged thought leader quoted frequently across leading media channels and business publications, as well as often participants in business events and forums. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah, okay. Impact is not seen. The half of what I speak will be seen through the video only. Sound please.
Thank you for listening through this video the second time with the audio now. But, thanks a lot, Uday, for inviting me. This is an extremely disruptive platform that we're going to talk about today. Thank you, everyone, for patiently waiting. I know tea is around the corner, lunch is over, time to get back home, a lot of society meetings still pending. Saturday is the maximum day, but when I was looking through sorry, pardon my voice, but I'm a little under the weather. But when I was looking at the entire roster of speakers today, and full credit to all my learned colleagues, great speakers, great products, all on the expense side of the balance sheet.
No,
Right.
so balance sheet, that's a different subject altogether.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's all on the expense side. And here I am on the right side of the balance sheet, which is the income side, right? So I'd want to just give, patient hearing, about 10 minutes. We have a great app, which is called Apna Complex. I don't need to introduce it. It does everything. I mean, it's society management app. It's been around for 10, 11, 12 years. Bookkeeping, accounting, visitor management, access management, all of that. I promise I won't speak about it, but I'm just getting it out of the way. But yeah, so what did we do? We realized that there is a pain area in the societies. And that biggest pain area is the expenses. There are, of course, a certain set of tenants who don't pay maintenance charges. There are a certain set of owners who don't pay maintenance charges. Costs are increasing day by day. And, some of these extremely, I would say, fantastic solutions, especially on, water, pest control, rainwater harvesting, green energy, all of these things cost money, right? So how does a society, a society is not really a revenue generating body. How does it make money? And that's when we actually pondered and we thought, what is it that we can do to alleviate this pain to a certain extent, to the extent that we can actually ensure that societies start making revenue from something that is inherently their responsibility, which they are doing fantastically.
So I was just talking to him when his video was playing, and what he was talking about is interesting in the sense that today you have a lot of these apps that management committee members have to use. But it is, as he put it, it's on the expense side. So you are spending money. But how do you balance that, and how do you start earning something from this? You need to be cautious so that you don't, it doesn't become overtly and you don't start selling data, but you were able to use what is presently viable. So what they were talking about is in terms of renting properties which are already within your apartment, right? So nobody had thought of that. That's very interesting that they've started thinking about, you have all these access points, you have all this data that they already have, and they're looking at leveraging that to get rental property yield, right? Would you want to bring about, how does that process happen? What does one need to think of in terms of getting that yield going, in terms of two things? One is if you are a management committee member. Two, if you are a resident. The reason is, if somebody is a resident and has property that they want to rent, then that could be a push from them to influence the management committees to be able to get onto a Apna complex. Or if there's management committee members here who want to get some amount of revenue for themselves, what is it that they need to understand so they start generating revenue? So maybe a twofold answer.
Sure. Before I get into that, I'd like to also give a little bit of stats which will, confound anyone. The current size of the rental market in India is $20 billion. $20 billion is the size of the rental market. So that means the society which you are governing today is contributing to this $20 billion, and this was as of last year. And it is growing at a rate of about 5 to 6%. Post-COVID. And out of this 20 billion, 13.2 billion is in urban areas. So the top 7 cities of the country contribute to $13.2 billion. That is the kind of spread of rentals and the opportunity. That's one. Two, we are now seeing rentals. Earlier rentals on historic book value when you bought a property, rentals were in the range of 1.8, 2.2, 2.3%. Since last 6 months, that has gone up to about 4.2%. So technically your yield on book value, that is the value that you bought your property at, is now at 4.2%. 3, there has been at least a 25 to 30% increase in rentals post-COVID.
Do we know why that there's been that increase, and why has it been historically so low and suddenly there's been that spike?
So I think it's prior growth levels, because in COVID, a lot of people left their apartments, went back homes. There was a lot of co-living which didn't work out. I'm personally not a fan of co-living, but it didn't really work out. And there were lots of apartments which were left open. Landlords had no option but to then settle for lesser rents, bad tenants, and all of that.
So there was this recent article about somebody joking on Twitter, they had to sell their left kidney to pay the rent in North Bangalore.
Correct,
So,
correct.
So
and that only says that the rents have actually increased by around 25 to 30%, right? So given this entire background, how does this work for a management committee? And I keep saying, why does a person move into an apartment? Like, why does a person move into an apartment like, for example, DLF West End Heights? That's in Bangalore, which is, a great friend of the firm. It's because of the fact that the management committee and the society has taken bloody good care of the entire society. They have invested. There are people like you who have invested their time and effort in making sure that those apartments, the landscaping, the amenities, the clubhouse, the cleanliness, the drainage, and of course, talking to some of my, erstwhile speakers over here to get some of their consulting solutions in to better the life and amenities in the society. Who would want to, taking a pun on the last speaker, who would want to move into an apartment where as soon as you come into the lobby area and you see rats scurrying around, right? Will anyone want to move in? Will the tenant want to move in? Tenant will just walk out. He's not interested. So we believe, and because of the science that we have, the insights that we drive, the research that we have, and the data that we have on the platform, we believe that management committees spend a lot of time in the overall upkeep and maintenance of a society. That overall upkeep and maintenance, so that's the society. Then there is the overall upkeep and maintenance of the apartment. So if the apartment is, not great, for example, if there is no bathroom in the apartment and it's like a pigeon's nest over there, then the guy will not take it, right? But the first instance is the experience one gets when one enters the society. So given this experience is a lot of the contribution of the general body in the society which actually dictates this. And given this fact, it is but of course that the management committee should also play a part in enjoying the spoils or the revenue that is earned from the brokerage of that unit. So here what we launched is a very disruptive rental platform, which means that one, we will put a dedicated portfolio manager sitting inside the society. He or she, that young fellow relationship manager, is going to be the face of rentals for the larger community. That is one. Two, we ensure that like the local brokers who come into the society from outside, at any good premium society, you see 15 kinetic Hondas parked outside the society gates any day, more on weekends. We want to disrupt that. You have strange looking brokers who are walking inside and outside the society. You have kids playing inside the society. You have young women.
So I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Yeah.
My thought process got me going is that you have a lot of these brokers who are entrenched in the system right now, right? And you're trying to dislodge that. You're trying to make that better. You're trying to make that transparent. So how is the management committee going to fight that? Because you have these people who could potentially be residents.
Sure. Very good question, Uday. We don't fight that community. We work along with them. We know that there are brokers who come inside the society. I know my friends who run several brokerage companies. So we work along with them. The advantage is to create a more collaborative, safer experience whilst generating revenue for the society.
Okay.
So whilst we then basically represents the landlord, the broker is free to bring in a tenant. Of course, it will be subject to our background verification checks. And our background verification checks are not easy because we go right up to the source of the permanent address of the tenant. So if the tenant, and this is a live case which happened, if the tenant is from 𝗺𝗲𝗃 in Assam, then we will definitely send through our empanel partners people to check whether the person is there. And we have actually given negative ratings to people who have faked their permanent addresses. So it's not just a 𝗕𝗃𝗃 which you get from the local police station. We don't do that, right? The second thing that we do will be very interesting is because of the stats on the rental yield. Local brokers work to ensure that the apartment is rented out the quickest.
That's true.
Yeah, which means that they create scarcity.
So that means they set the price of sell. So
Exactly.
whatever they say goes.
Exactly.
Okay, how do we find
That is where we come in because we have our data networks on real estate in place. And we know what's the true value of that apartment. So, and we try to maintain it between 3 to 3.5 to even sometimes 4 if the apartment is really good %. So that's what we do. And recently what we've done is we've actually also put in a rental aggregation platform, which is the button that you saw on the app. And landlords can, if they're using Apna Complex in their societies, they can actually utilize the button to list their own property, as well as a tenant within the society can find, or a tenant outside the society. So we've had tenants who have actually moved in from a 𝗺𝗃𝗃 Artesia, which is there in Bombay, or even a Oberoi Splendor, to apartments in Apna Complex in Bangalore. Just seeing this app.
So this is across cities, across the...
Absolutely.
So if we have somebody who's living in a particular apartment complex wants to find another rental property. Say they've got a job in NCR. So they can use Apna Complex to find a rental property and move there. What if they are not residing in an apartment complex that has got Apna Complex?
So interestingly, what we also launched was an open application of this Apna Complex rental business. And what we're doing, it's the same thing. There's no difference except the fact that the landlords will have QR codes which are pasted across the society. The society management committee sends communication to the landlords. Landlords can use the QR code and self-list on their portal, and then our team will come in and help them to get the details of the property. Interestingly, what we also do is we take the property details and we put it up on multiple portals, which is 99acres, housing.com, Magic Bricks, all at our expense. And we funnel the tenant leads into doing the site visits in the society. So therefore, what we're doing is a one-stop shop. The portfolio manager, relationship manager who's in the society basically meets the landlord, takes the details down, puts it online, and then meets the tenant and does the entire site visit. So if you go to see we have about 35 to 40 different societies that we are doing in Bangalore as of today. Each of those societies have QR codes at the gate, which is for walk-ins who come in. Security guards distribute those QR codes. We have it on notice boards. We have it on standees. So all of that, yeah.
But how, could you clarify on how does the society then get part of the proceeds? How
So
do they make
what we do is we charge a standard brokerage fee from the landlord and the tenant. This standard brokerage fee from the landlord, because the tenant side sometimes comes in from the local brokers itself or the broker who's staying inside the society. So the money that we get from the landlord side, we then share a part of it with the society. And every month or a quarter, there is a billing which is raised by the society to us, which then basically we make the payment.
So it's quite transparent, it's quite easy.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything is part
Absolutely.
of the app. If there was an apartment complex of, say, 1,000 apartments, in your experience of having done this, what do you think would be an income an association can expect over a period of 1 year?
So I can give you the potential of rental. If it's 1,000 apartments and it's a new apartment cluster, like the entire Brigade community, Brigade portfolio is something that we work with. Whenever Brigade goes and hands over to its apartment, so Apna Complex is put in as a society management app, and we help all of those Brigade communities to get their landlords, because they are brand new societies being handed over, so we get them to rent out their properties. Now, if it's a 1,000-unit Brigade property, and we can estimate that at any point of time in a new property, in a spanking new property where handover is just happening or an ad hoc committee is formed and, the new management committee is taking over, it can go as high as 50% is the total rental potential. So 500 units can be rented out. If it's a steady state, standard, been there for last 10 years, 30%. Okay. So the spread is between 30 to 50. And if you look at that, if it's like, say 20,000 is the apartment rent, then you multiply the apartment rent by the number of units in a year, and that's the kind of rental potential, and a percentage of that fee that can be tracked, can be given to the society.
What approximately would be the spread of share between a complex and...
So normally it ranges. It ranges depending on the society's potential, but anywhere between 10 to 15%.
Okay, so 10 to 15%, so it's about 2,000 rupees to 500. So that's
Correct.
quite a large amount.
Yeah, absolutely. Because of the fact that there is no other entity today which is passing on revenues. No other entity is making revenues for the society. And this is one way that the society can make revenues. And I'm telling you, I have seen societies now investing that money. For example, putting in solar lamps, putting in water heaters, or actually even buying new uniforms for their security staff, or even putting in a new computer in the office. And people are using this money to buy, and which would not have come in. Incidentally, if you look at the indirect benefit, it actually brings down the CAM cost. The indirect benefit, right? So that's the
you have
opportunity.
cash flow. And how does it improve or increase the value of the property over a period of time? So I believe that if there is transparency in rental, if there is transparency and you're doing background checks with all these different rental people, so that means the people or the society that is kind of living together is free of a lot of problems. So potentially that will increase the value of that society. The rental yield should increase over a period of time. Have you seen some things?
And this is from my days in running a real estate business in Dubai. How does property value increase? Property value is not just any big major science, it's a matter of supply and demand, right? Property values increase primarily because people demand more of that property, right? People demand more of the property if they feel that the rental yield is increasing over time, it is well managed. So well managed, yes, tick in the box. But if the rental yield is low, people do not have demand for that property, right? Internationally, this is how large gated communities in Australia, and we have studied these models. These are large gated communities in Australia, in UK, in the US, in Ireland. All of them are actually helping communities because they give it as a mandate to one brokerage company. When they do that, what happens is that the overall management hassle goes down. 2, the rental values start inching higher because of the fact that, if tenants want to get into that property, they have to pay. It's a great property, right? 3, between a time period cycle of 2 to 3 years, you see the capital value or the cost of that property or the current market price of the property increasing by 5 to 7%. So, and that's quite a significant number. I mean, if you look at it on an aggregated basis.
Yeah, so essentially what you're trying to say is you guys have come up with a new system which is disrupting the rental property market, where you have right now, which is highly fragmented, and the value of the property is decided by the local broker who is the king of the hill right now.
Correct.
You guys are coming in and dethroning them and making sure that everything is transparent and value is being unlocked to not only the rental, not only the people who are owners, but also the management committee members.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fantastic.
I mean, why does the Manohar Bhai, who is sitting in a store outside a particular community, when he is not staying inside, dictate the price at which it should be rented out?
Fantastic.
That is 1. 2, how is it that societies, because of the excellent work that management committees have put in to maintain a property, make some money from it?
They deserve what they
Absolutely. Absolutely. Has to be a fair game.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to open the floor for any questions. Any questions that anybody may have?
Yeah, hi. I can hear you.
Maybe if they need to also hear you.
Sorry, want to get this?
Make me look bad.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So while you do this, do you also help? So, you know, in most of these associations, there are also these convenience stores and there are other areas like creche, you know, so many common areas. Do you also help the association sort of rent out, you know, salon space and etc.?
Oh, yes,
you
we
also
do.
that?
We do. We do that because, and that's part of our larger group business, which is on the retail side. We work with approximately 3,000 retail brands in the country. So we are putting up the latest Apple store in India, by the way, which is going to be coming in. We've put up the first Starbucks in the country. We've also brought in Uniqlo, which is a Japanese brand. And so, I mean, there were 3,000 brands at our disposal. But more than that, what our retail team does, which is not related to Apna Complex at all, but if there is a society, and we've helped them, if there's a society which wants to put up a creche, it wants to put up green energy solutions, it wants to put up a EV charging station, it wants to put up a big basket vending machine, it wants to put up, you know, a solar panel solution, or it wants to even put up a rainwater harvesting solution. We have those solutions with Apna Complex, and we have a team which is dedicated to it, which actually meets the society and recommends various options.
I think introducing that here would be excellent because I feel like this is really a gap, at least, you know, because we do a lot of agreements.
Oh, nice.
So this is something that I've observed that, you know, people really want good quality in terms of the tenants that they get. And this is where they get stuck because if they get a tenant and then they don't pay, you know, and this probably...
So we are working with multiple societies in getting them good quality tenants, but also remember that your bargaining power of a society is pretty limited because those brands look at footfall.
Correct.
And they look at large numbers. I mean, they
so
would...
if it's a larger complex of 500 more, 1,000 more, then...
3,000 more.
But in Bangalore, there are very
So
few.
there are very few.
Very few, yeah.
But I feel like it's growing at that scale, you know.
Oh,
we are growing
absolutely,
at that scale.
absolutely. And happy to, you know, engage with anyone who wants to get that facility across.
For somebody who wants to put up a commercial thing that you spoke of, once again, and you're talking about apartments which are 3,000 and more in number, would some apartment, a very boutique apartment complex with 100, no, 50, would a brand still be willing to
Oh,
open?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If it's a, you know, we are helping the Embassy Group do something at Embassy Lake Terraces, really premium. So it's not as big, but having said that.
It's a boutique one. So it's a premium
absolutely,
thing, so it
absolutely.
works. Yeah. So it should be.
But good point, and thank you for bringing it up. It's also one of my other businesses. Didn't get a chance to speak about it. Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, okay.
So, see, the ownership of the flat belongs to the owners.
Correct.
And association is a league completely different.
Correct.
So how the modalities are done, how the landlords can be made, you know.
So that's the beauty of it. You do not compel the landlord. You cannot get anyone to be compelled or forced or taken exclusive. So we don't take exclusives because the ownership of the landlord and his behavior is governed by his own understanding of the business, right? And his own ask. So, but we make sure that at least the society can communicate this service as a value add to the owners. Listen, most owners who stay in a particular society and who rent it out are very limited. Most owners who don't stay in that society are the ones who are renting it out. So every time he has to, you know, burn like, 5 liters of petrol to come in and show it to just one solitary tenant on a Saturday afternoon, which is when could be in a better pursuit. So what we do is we have a key management practice, which actually says that the relationship manager inside the society keeps the key of the apartment and keeps it inside the society in safekeeping in a boot box. And when the when a tenant comes in, is interested to see the property, we basically make sure we take the landlord's permission, keep him updated, and show the apartment. That's what happens. So effectively, we've seen a lot of landlords moving away from dealing with multiple brokers. Landlord in Hebbal, in JP Nagar, I mean, they're like poles apart, right? House in JP Nagar and Hebbal. So, but there's an invested property, a daughter's property, something like that, right? So, why does he need to come all the way? He's over 60. He just wants to rent it out to a good tenant. And then that's what assurance is on the background verification also, that we will make sure that it is truly the tenant that he is promising to be. Because we have walked out of such transactions wherein we have said that, listen, this, and we've informed the landlord, this tenant, you like him, his background verification doesn't make it through. It's like any BGV which happens in the corporate side. And because we bring our corporate side learnings. So any BGV which goes through, I mean, the employee is fired the next day. So we make sure that we inform the landlord and tell him, sorry, cannot happen.
What does it cost a landlord to get the service?
It's included in the entire package. We don't charge for it separately.
want to make
So
that
we
clear.
only get paid when the
transaction is
apartment gets
complete.
rented out. That's all.
Correct. That was
Yeah,
not mentioned during
absolutely.
the conversation, so that needs to be cleared, yeah. And you do this, sorry, you do this also for villas and apartments.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, it's
Right,
only
doesn't
for,
matter.
okay.
Other thing that we very well do is this entire agreements with the tenant and the landlord. We standardize it completely. We make sure that there is standardization, it's legally approved, the tenant and landlord doesn't have to go through it except for checking the nitty-gritties. And of course, what we mention is the fact that it can be upheld in court. So just to answer your question, on the on maids and background verification, that's not something that we are keen to get into at this point of business as on our owners, but we are happy to help you with facility management providers who do that. What we have on our Apna Complex app is the onboarding system engine for maids and domestic helps. Additional layer can be built out by the management committee to ensure that whenever such onboarding takes place on the Apna Complex system, the BGV is conducted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one question here. Is Apna Complex open to suggesting to the associations or the builders for that matter with whom you have tied up for managing their properties or complexes, whatever it is, in a smart way, so that the value of the services gets added up, and again there is a value addition and sorts of value addition to that particular community, wherein once the smart monitoring is in place using technology, latest technology, the data is there for the MC to look at the data basically, irrespective of personal knowledge or anything, and operate on that smoothly.
Sir, I missed that question.
Okay.
What can you just paraphrase a little bit?
He is a person, or he has a company that manufactures a lot of IoT-based applications and
Right.
tools,
Right.
which helps monitor usage and other aspects of a apartment complex.
Yep.
What he's trying to figure out is if Apna Complex can use its clout to talk to the management committees to be able to bring up that kind of a overarching measurement system within every apartment complex.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What we do, absolutely.
Can I suggest that you guys talk of this offline?
Yeah.
You
We
take
can
this
do
offline.
that. We can do that.
Take this offline.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am.
When an apartment complex is sanctioned, the sanction is very specifically mentioned for housing, and unless there are provisions in the sanction that specify that these areas are commercial areas, you cannot have shops. So how do you
Correct.
work around that?
So we don't
You
work around
cannot-
that, sir.
you
We can't
cannot
work
have-
around. You cannot.
Because
I mean,
we got them closed in some of the apartments
Yeah.
because it was illegal and you had problems.
absolutely agree, sir. Ma'am, if you think that there is no clubhouse which is sanctioned, how can we run a clubhouse? So each of these amenities, even a salon, a beauty parlor, a chemist, each of these are sanctioned areas, right? And the sanction is taken at the time of drafting the plans out, everyone can testify on that. But the fact remains that we cannot circumvent any compliance issue. Yeah, so, but it's not that we can get in a tenant even though there is no space for that beauty parlor. We can't.
Last question,
Yeah,
please.
on the same ground, so we heard of few places where the service apartment kind of like 3 days, 6 days rental. Is it really a case or a valid scenario? Have you heard of
So
this?
I am biased when I speak to you. Like I said, I'm not a very big fan of serviced apartments or co-living or shared rentals or bed spaces, because it just ruins the apartment for the landlord, because no one has the overall responsibility. If there are 5 people staying in the apartment who are just transient, right, why will they ever take care of the apartment? I'm a very traditional guy which says that, okay, if I have to rent an apartment, I'll give it to a family, or maybe to working professionals.
But not, maybe service apartments for
So
companies.
service apartments is very interesting, but for the service apartment to go through, the bylaws of the management committee have to be passed for it. So the
You can also, there's certain cases where you have Airbnbs are being run. So you can't have that. So last question, because we have a lot of other things.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's the problem. The problem is that unless and until you have a huge turnover of people who are using the Airbnb, you will never know that it's being used as an Airbnb, right? So there is a small problem that needs to be addressed.
to add to that, I've actually been running a separate business which is on real estate.
Mr. Gautam, please, 1 second.
Just to answer your question, most housing societies, cooperative housing societies, RWAs do not permit Airbnbs, service apartments, or gated communities. They do, however, permit corporate lease. So if you've given your apartment on a corporate lease and the tenant changes within 6 to 9 months, that's fine. I mean, it's a corporate lease, right? But at the end of the day, you know that there is someone not going to be using it as a guest house for every 5 to 6 days. And you never know where the extent of that guest house can go, from a proper guest house to an OYO room.
Yeah. So what he's talking about corporate leases, you have Infosys or Wipro who has whole, tower that's been leased out. So that is fine because everybody knows and it's on the right side of the law. Yeah. But yeah, we don't know where it goes from OYO room and then somewhere else also.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
a difficult thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you everybody. If there's any other questions, he's here. You can please approach him and have a conversation. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shajai.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful talk. I would like Sridhar to give a memento as a token of thank you. Thank you. We'll be having a network session with a tea break now for next 1 hour, and I would like Mr. Uday sir to do the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for having made it this far on a Saturday. Very kind of you to have come and participated. I'd like to thank all the speakers who came here, spent their Saturday to not only share their knowledge and experience, but also the participants who've made it here. Sneha, Nagaraj, thank you. You were mobbed. Hopefully you'll get a lot of information you'll be able to share. She's available. We will share presentations of all the participants, of all the presenters, and the video after it's been edited and put on YouTube. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you, Aashika. Aashika has left for the day, but we still, thanks, she made it here. Mr. Satish, thank you very much. You represented BAF. We'd like to thank all the different participants from BAF who've come, who've made this really interesting. Also, please, I'll convey my thanks to Vikas, Vikram, and Vidya, who was here earlier. Vikas, thanks a lot. Very educational, very interesting, very nice. Aarti, thank you for comparing the whole thing and managing everything. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Girish, very nice. Thanks. We should talk a lot more. I think we should be doing this a little more interesting. And obviously, Shajai, thanks again. Very interesting concept and wish you all the success. And I would like to thank Team 値and the organizing committee from Team 値please take a bow. We'd like to thank Mr. Suresh, Ms. Divya, Mr. Shankar Narayan, Dipali. They've all spent a long time. Mr. Roy, who's been on the panel. Thank you, Mr. Roy. They've all spent long nights and long evenings getting this organized. Thank you, everybody. And for everybody who's here, there's another session of tea, and after this, it's all open network. Please feel free to mob anybody you want to, but obviously within limits, so that you can get your questions answered. Thanks a lot.
And thanks all the participants for making this event a successful one. Thank you very much.